Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Gillette, day 2 of our September commission meeting. Do we have Ashley on the Zoom? Well, while we're waiting for her to hook up, I have to read these. If you're watching via Zoom and you did not send in an advance comment sheet prior to the start of the meeting, but would still like to comment on an agenda item, please do the following. You can send a chat to the host with your name and agenda item on. If you're listening on the phone, you can send an email to wgfvideo@wyo.gov. Make sure you include your name and phone number in your agenda item. We'll be sure to have plenty of time for public comment. That'll be an important part of today's process. So I encourage the public to participate. Ashley, are you with us? Not yet. Well, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance to start off while we get our computer going.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For the record, I'll have a roll call of the commissioners. Commissioner Masterson.
Here.
Commissioner Mark. Jolovich, man, I lose it. I'm sorry. Commissioner Bell.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Ladwig.
Here.
Commissioner Lundvall, ma'am, have you made it? Well, we know she's there, so Tony, let the record show that we were all in attendance at today's meeting. I don't have any other housekeepings at this time, so let's jump right into our agenda. We're going to pick up on agenda item 11, Chris McBarnes with the Wildlife Fund. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Mr. President, Director, members of the commission. It's great to be here with you guys today. It was an awesome celebration, I thought, last night at the Landowners of the Year Award banquet, and I think says a ton about our governor and director and department that we take time to honor those every year. So had a wonderful time. Also, I want to start by welcoming my better half, Samantha here. She hardly ever gets to come to these things with me, but we do have some built-in babysitters with my parents being here in town. So I do want to thank her because this job, you have to travel a lot. You're gone from home a lot. And without her support, I wouldn't be able to do what I do for the state of Wyoming. So thank you, honey. I appreciate it. We'll do a quick update this morning on the Wildlife Fund. Start your meeting off so you guys can get to other items. Preview of what I'm going to be talking to you today really is all about results. You know, the Wildlife Fund, we've done a pretty decent job at raising money and making investments, but hopefully through this presentation, I want to show you some of the results that we're seeing from these investments over the past 3 years, which I think is very important to do an assessment of. And I'm very proud of the results I'm going to share with you today. So going to talk a little bit about preliminary results from our investments in the Pooled Migration Fund, the I-25 Wildlife Crossing Project, our partnership with Table Mountain Outfitters, and then wrap up with wildlife for tomorrow. So as a quick refresher, and I know I've shown you this map in the past, this is the USDA Wyoming Big Game Habitat Priority Areas. This initiative was really kicked off by our governor through a memorandum of understanding signed with USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack, provided a flood of federal funds through the Farm Bill for wildlife habitat improvement on private land and with tribal partners. And so the Wildlife Fund, as I've mentioned to you, in meetings past, made an initial significant investment of $915,000 in phase 1 of our efforts of the Pooled Migration Fund to increase capacity. So we picked some amazing grantees and they're doing great things on the ground. And here are some results that they produced through the Pooled Migration Fund for our wildlife in these corridors just over the past 6 months. They had to submit their semi-annual reports to me here just a couple weeks ago. And these are some of the highlights through their work. Over 260 habitat lease and grassland CRP applications, which have helped protect over 61,000 acres of land in these migration corridors. I think that's a pretty stunning number. Literally dozens of environmental quality incentive program application projects are pending and will be submitted in this next round. Those are wildlife friendly fence conversions, treatment of invasive annual grasses, on the ground habitat work that's going to make a tangible difference for wildlife in these corridors. They've contacted and interacted with hundreds of private landowners. They've educated them on these new programs, the new flooding of finances into these programs rather, and connected them with these suite of farm bill programs, whether it be Sept, EQIP, or grassland CRP. And then the number that I'd love to see, because I'm really passionate about conservation easements, over 37,000 acres of land is actively being pursued by our grantees for conservation easements in these migration corridors just in the past 6 months. And so our grantees are out there. They're really kicking tail. I'm super proud of them. And again, phase 2 for the Wildlife Fund will then be coming back in with around $700,000 and investing in this project pipeline that are being built out by our grantees. And I have those in-depth reports. If any of the commissioners are interested in them, I've made a packet with some highlights. I'd be happy to send them. Yes, Commissioner, you'd be interested? Okay, I'll send that to you, sir. So moving on, so the I-25 Wildlife Crossing Project, Commissioner Masterson driving from up from Casper, you probably noticed all that new fencing going in just north of Cheyenne and beyond. We have 13 miles of fence that's currently up right now. I drive that stretch of road on a weekly basis. The Wildlife Fund, we sought temporary use permits through WYDOT, and we have 12 or 13 trail cameras up right now monitoring these existing underpasses that this fencing is directing wildlife to. Thanks to the support of Commissioner Ladwig, we're making a stunning documentary right now that's going to capture the importance of this project and wildlife crossings across Wyoming. The governor's going to be a part of that. Director Nesvik and the department are a part of that as well. And I just wanted to share some photos with you. Wildlife, they're utilizing these underpasses. We have a couple fawn mule deer here. Another mule deer using these culverts, underpasses of various shapes and sizes. One muley at night. And then obviously this project is mainly for large ungulates, but it's really cool to see also some other critters using these underpasses as well. Beautiful fox, you know, we think of mule deer, we think of pronghorn, but you know, a plethora of different species benefit from these wildlife crossings projects. So it's working, it's moving forward, and we're super happy to see this really first large project that the Wildlife Fund significantly invest in actually working for wildlife and turning out results. Next, I just wanted to update the commission on our partnership with Table Mountain Outfitters and the Flying V Lodge. This past month, Nate and I, we attended this event for over 2 weeks. We had 30 hunters, women, young people, wounded warriors. One individual was there. He was a triple amputee, was blown up by a suicide bomber in Iraq, harvested his first elk. It was incredible. It was so awesome. And thanks to a very generous donation by a board member of the Wildlife Fund, we were the largest monetary donor to this program. And so the cool thing about this project is, and so much credit to Table Mountain Outfitters, they made it all happen. The Flying V Lodge in Newcastle. Some of these women and kids, this is the first time they had held a rifle. 23 out of the 30 hunters harvested a cow elk in the Black Hills, which we know we have a great overabundance of population there that needs to be thinned out. So that's good for the department as well. But these were meaningful times. We took the group fishing during the middle of the day. That was a great 21-inch rainbow that this young lady caught. And we also, we tried to teach them about meat processing. We had a full meat processing plant on site at the Flying V Lodge. So all the hunters helped process their own meat. And we also did cooking classes with them because many of them didn't know what to do with the meat even after it was processed. So we did cooking classes so that they could take this good, healthy protein home and feed their families. So it was a really formative time. I'm so happy that the Wildlife Fund was a part of it. And last but not least, our Wildlife for Tomorrow program. I know our veteran commissioners are familiar with this program. To the new commissioners, the Wildlife Fund, we want to build a big tent, uniting all people. And, I'm your traditional outdoorsman. I love to hunt. I love to fish. I love to buy my licenses and help support game and fish. But our tourism economy in Wyoming is driven by wildlife. And so we want to bring those businesses into the fold that benefit from wildlife. It helps their bottom line and allow them to have a mechanism to give back to on the ground projects. That's Wildlife for Tomorrow. And so thus far, we have over 80 businesses and partners investing through this initiative. We've raised over $225,000. All of these projects, we first go to Game and Fish. We say, what do you need help with? Where are the funding gaps? And so these are the projects that we've invested in thus far. The future is very bright for Wildlife for Tomorrow. Right now, Old Bill's Fun Run is going on in Jackson. So we have a big fundraising push this week that will all help this program. Commissioner Roberts, you've been a huge supporter of this program, and I thank you for that, sir. But what I wanted to hit on through Wildlife for Tomorrow, we have some exciting co-branded products that are now coming out. So we're trying to corner the cold beverage market in Wyoming and the hot beverage market too. And that's many thanks to our operations manager, Nate Brown, who's here today. He's done a lot of work on this. Some of you might have enjoyed the Pronghorn Pilsner last night from Wind River Brewing Company, the Wild Red Tail Ale through Roadhouse in Jackson. And then we also have the Wild Amber Ale at Altitude Brew House in Laramie. The Wind River Brewing Company Pronghorn Pilsner, that's actually going to be canned and distributed across the state of Wyoming. Every pour, every 6-pack sold, a portion of those proceeds come back to on-the-ground projects for wildlife. And then Cowboy Coffee in Jackson, we have our first pour-over coffee roast, the Wild Cowboy Roast, that's being sold in Jackson. So we see this as another mechanism of fundraising. These co-branded products will grow. And if you enjoy a cold beverage and you go into your local store of choice, keep an eye out for the Pronghorn Pilsner and buy a 6-pack. That'd be great, but enjoy it responsibly. I must say that. And so with that, I thank you. I thank you for your continued support. We're working hard to make you proud, advance Wyoming's wildlife, and work with all the other great NGO partners across Wyoming to augment their efforts as well. We applaud them and what they're doing. And so, Mr. President, I'll stand for any questions and let you all go about your business.
That's a great report, Chris. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Chris? Yes, Commissioner Masterson.
Chris, I appreciate your good work and thank you for the presentation. You cited wildlife being a $4 billion benefit to the state. My question is, do you have data to support that so that you could share that would be helpful for us to be able to have in our back pocket to make sure people are aware of that? And if you do, I'm sure it came from somewhere, could you share it?
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
That'd be great, as long as everything else, along with everything else you're sending.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
I will. And also Commissioner Masterson, keep your eye out on, there's some exciting research being done by Dr. Jake Huchard of the Hobbs School, University of Wyoming, doing further natural wealth capital studies to truly understand what various herds mean from an economic standpoint to the state of Wyoming. But yeah, so we get those numbers from the Office of Tourism and reports that have been done, and I'll send that along to you along with the Pooled Migration Fund report.
Follow up, Mr. President.
You may.
The study that you referred to from the Hobbs School, is that something you will receive when it is completed?
Yeah, so Dr. Huchard is finishing the annual report right now. He started with elk herds across Wyoming and is actually breaking down the value of various elk herds. Not all animals are created equal and what they mean to these various communities. Game and Fish is going to be pulled into that conversation. They already have Deputy Director Bruce, and that will be made publicly available in the short term.
All right. I look forward to seeing it, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, hey, Chris, thanks for your report. And as you know, I'm extremely impressed with your efforts and the efforts of the board to really take this organization and in a pretty short amount of time, relatively speaking, got it in a great spot, and it's continuing to exponentially grow. I did want to mention Scott and Angie Denny and the work that they did on these hunts. This was incredible. This has really happened in a very short amount of time. So if you all remember when we were in Rock Springs in March for our commission meeting and for Muley Days, Scott and Angie said, at that time they'd like to do something like this. That's really where the idea was first that's where we first started working on it. And things happened quick after that. There was a lot of work that had to be done to get licenses secured and make sure there was hunter safety requirements met and make sure that everything was in order logistically. And they put a lot, especially Scott and Angie, put a lot of work into getting this done. And my hat's off to them. We're gonna find a good way to recognize those folks and Table Mountain Outfitters. But I did want to say publicly how much the department appreciates their support of Inspire Kids for Life. That's really what that initiative is all about, is finding ways across the entire state of Wyoming to expose our youth to new opportunities. And they did that. And it wasn't only youth, but certainly that was a significant component of that. So thanks for the update, Chris. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
No other questions? Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Agenda item 12, Deputy Director Bruce, legislative update. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners. If you don't mind, I just want to make one comment on Chris's presentation as well. He talked about the pilot program, the USDA, and the fund's 5 positions and all the good work they're getting done. And on Monday, I was here for a Sept tour and got to tour some of the properties here that actually benefited from that pilot program as well. And I asked myself, some of these programs such as Grassland CRP, which is like a habitat lease we've been calling it, just the awareness that these programs are available in the state through our pilot work has really benefited those throughout the state. Most of the easements that went into place were in Northeast Wyoming, just from having this pilot in the western part of the state. Other people have benefited. So that was really exciting to see. I think this sign up alone, there was 150,000 acres put into the program. So with that, I'll jump into interim legislative update. And I do want to mention it's been great to have really an increased participation by the commission during this legislative session. I know that 2 of you alone went to the interim meeting on Monday with Joint Ag, and also the TRW meeting a few weeks ago in Casper. So it's great having you guys right there at the table with us. But as you know, there's 2 primary joint interim groups that we mostly provide information and testimony on, and those are Joint Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources that we often refer to as TRW, and then Joint Ag, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources that I'll refer to as the Joint Ag Committee. So first of all, the Joint Ag Committee has been through 2 of their meetings so far and 1 meeting yet to go. And the department's work on that committee has been focused on elk management. This was discussed quite a bit at the first meeting, and then following up at the second meeting, there was a bill discussed, and the bill draft really focuses on paying landowners or lessees damage for lost forage using areas where herds are over objective as the qualifier for compensation. After lots of discussion at Monday's meeting, this bill draft was moved into a subcommittee for additional work. So I anticipate the last meeting of the interim session, this will also be largely discussed. Director, you have anything to add? You testified at the meeting on Monday.
Yeah, so there was a lot of discussion just about, in general, the tools that we have available for elk management. A lot of great questions from the committee. And Chief King and Deputy Chief Smith did a great job of kind of providing an overview of not only the tools that are available, but also our current damage compensation program. I think there's a lot of discussion on that particular bill draft, and I think most of the folks on the committee realized it's not really ready for prime time yet. That was their words. But they're going to work to massage that before the end of the year. It would, if this bill was to pass in its current form, it would mean a pretty significant shift in the commission's obligation in places where elk populations are over objective. There was concern on the committee about costs. And so we did agree that we would provide some kind of a cost estimate about what that might look like if this bill were to pass. But at the end of the day, I think we made it clear that we're committed to working on this challenge with Chief King really brought up some new things that are fairly uncomfortable, actually, that they are putting in place to try to address this problem. And we committed that we're going to work on it no matter what happens with any kind of legislation. So overall, and I would really appreciated Commissioner Brokaw, Commissioner Roberts being there. I think that sent a strong message that the commission and the department take this problem seriously. And but it's very, very challenging, as you on the commission know. I'm sure Commissioner Bell remembers the discussions from the task force. This is a extremely complicated issue because we've got producers in this state that have real legitimate problems with elk damage and have been very cooperative in working with the department on allowing us to use the tools we have available. But oftentimes it's not the actions that happen on their own land, it's actions that do not happen on the neighbors. And, for various reasons, some folks aren't interested in harvesting elk on their property. Certainly a property rights issue that's their prerogative, but it makes this very complicated because elk are not stupid, and elk are able to figure out, where they are not receiving pressure. And it doesn't take very long for elk to move to a place where they know they're not going to have any pressure. So like I said, we're going to continue to work on it. It's complex. But it was a good discussion with that committee on Monday.
Thanks, Director. Moving on to the TRW committee, some similar conversations with elk management have happened at that committee, as well as AIS updates that we've provided them. At the first meeting, they started the conversation regarding registration or license of commercial fishing, hunting guides and outfitters. If you guys recall, there were 4 bills last year during the legislative session, either filed or in conversation, that dealt with this issue, and they decided to wait and take it up as an interim topic. So they started that conversation at the first meeting. And then another related bill as a result of last legislative session was the Wyoming Outdoor Recreational Trust Fund account that was developed. And that bill went into statute last year, but really just a shell of the program. So just establishing the trust fund with knowing that more work needed to be done on working out the administration of it and how that would operate. At that first meeting, there was a lot of conversation regarding from the public who were interested in making sure that wildlife impacts regarding any future infrastructure that was created for recreation was addressed. And so when we got to the second meeting in Casper, that conversation continued with an amendment to the bill. And the amendment really talks about, it actually says that the board that's developed for this outdoor recreational trust shall adopt rules and regulations that consider the social, economic, natural resources, wildlife and cultural benefits and impacts of those grant proposals. So what I believe that does is when this trust fund gets fully up and going and the rules and regulations are developed, the department will have the ability to review those grants and provide input of the impacts that they would have to fish and wildlife. So I think it landed in a good place. TRW voted it through, so it will be a committee bill during the session. And then during the second meeting, Chief Osterland and his fisheries staff provided an afternoon tour, and we looked at areas on the Platte River, and the conversation was around use, past use and future current use, and really looking at this fishing outfitter and guides issue. And I like to say they did such a good job that it became clear to the committee that this should land with the Game and Fish. So anyway, there's two bills that they considered, two draft bills. And the first one gives the commission authority to regulate commercial guided boats. And also that we may set limits on sections of rivers or lakes. That one did go through committee with full support and will be a committee bill. Now, the second end of that was another bill that adds a license authority to the State Board of Outfitters and Guides for commercially guided fishing boats. That one, the committee decided to hold off on discussing at the meeting. So we may see that in the future at TRW. Another topic that was discussed at the meeting was a draft bill on transferable landowner license. There was lots of conversation regarding the bill, but it did die in committee for the lack of a motion to move it forward. So those are the two primarily interim committees that we tend to focus on, but I did want to mention the Select Water Committee. It usually meets jointly with Water Development. Our fisheries staff follow that extremely closely and often provide information at it and dealing with different water projects and funding for them across the state. And then what we have left on our plate before the session, we have been asked to attend the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee and speak and join the conversation on the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan and our work with wild horses. That's the first part of October. We'll have one more meeting with TRW and one more meeting with Joint Ag. And then we'll follow with a short budget session starting February 12th. With that, before I wrap up, I do want to mention one more thing that we just got an email yesterday regarding. So at TRW, we are expecting a draft bill for an increase of non-resident fishing license. This is in response to the registration of boats for fishing outfitter and guides. Legislators wanted to help compensate for work that the department would need to do in order to manage that. And so there will be a draft bill discussed at the next TRW that increases non-resident fishing license by approximately 10%. And we provided the legislator and LSO some feedback on that. And then one last thing before wrapping up. We have had an effective commissioner legislative committee in the past. Usually 3 of you guys have volunteered to help join the fun of legislative session. And this last year, it was President Brokaw, Commissioner Ladwick, and Commissioner Lundvall. And so I just want to throw that out there if we want to continue that and if there's other interest in joining that. Really, we look at that using your expertise because a lot of things that we have to do is the fiscal notes for the draft bills. And those fiscal notes obviously affect the commission's budget. And so having your input on those as well as the bills themselves has been really effective in the past.
And I would just add there, Mr. President, so the prerogative for both that and the budget subcommittee are certainly with you to appoint who you want. So if you wouldn't mind here before the legislative session, meeting with your fellow commissioners, making sure that you're comfortable with the commissioners that are on there now. And if not, figuring out who does want to volunteer to be on that. We would like to keep it at 3. That makes things easier to make sure we don't have a quorum. So 3 commissioners on that committee is a good thing.
Okay, I agree, and we'll discuss that amongst ourselves and see if we want to keep going or.
Thank you. I'll follow up with you on that.
Okay.
Great. And with that, I'll just stand for any questions.
Any questions for Angie?
Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. No question, but I just wanted to comment that I was at the joint TRW meeting in Casper. And that was the first opportunity I've had to watch Angie and also the chief and in front of that joint committee, and they were superb in all ways. And In my experience, one of the most important things is knowing when to talk and when not to talk. And they've got it down. And I just wanted to make that comment. So that's it. Thank you, Angie.
Yeah, thank you for attending as well.
Very good. Thank you. Good report, Angie. Do you
Yeah,
have more?
nope. And with that, I'll introduce the next item 13, if you're okay with
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Yeah, so this is an informational session presentation on the Habitat Protection Program. And you got to hear a little bit about their work through the award yesterday with Anika Mahoney. But I think this is a good opportunity to just really hear what this section does. And I do want to point out that, you know, we all know that a lot of our biologist jobs here involve a lot of fun things like collaring big game and squeezing fish and talking with hunters. And the biologists in this program do not have that luxury. They don't have those glorious jobs that we often think of within the department. Really, their customers are folks like wind developers out of Chicago, oil and gas developers out of Texas, or solar developers out of California. However, their impact to the habitat in Wyoming is substantial. It's often hard to quantify, but it is very significant. And their work, it just has a lot of meaning in Wyoming. So with that, I'd like to introduce Will Schultz. He's the supervisor of the program and also the award winner, Anika Mahoney.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, good morning. As Deputy Director Bruce indicated, I'm Will Schultz, Supervisor of the Habitat Protection Program. And with me today for this presentation is Habitat Protection Biologist Anika Mahoney. I don't think Anika was really clear why she needed to help with this presentation, but I insisted that she was necessary to help me provide this information today. So that's why you saw the response you did yesterday when Director Nesvik presented her award. So with that, let's see. Got a brief presentation to provide to you today. It may be briefer if we cannot find the PowerPoint. All right, thank you, Mr. Cotton. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to first of all introduce you to the rest of the Habitat Protection team, or as we refer, the HPP team. Our office specialist, Kayla Gilmore Brown, is located in Cheyenne. Ross Crandall is our biologist, and he is located in Pinedale and covers the southwest part of the state. Chris Hinkle, our biologist in Cheyenne, who covers the Cody and Sheridan regions. Anika is located in our Lander regional office and covers the Lander and Casper regions for us. Lauren Troop is our biologist in Cheyenne, covers the southeast part of the state. And generally, we try to assign projects that are located in those regions. However, with workloads and so forth, they get exposed to projects all across the state. I also am in the Cheyenne office. And so statutorily, the department is charged with managing and protecting all of Wyoming's wildlife. As we're well aware, that includes over 800 species. And how we do that, as Deputy Director Bruce indicated, is several decades ago, the formation of the Habitat Protection Program occurred and dedicated staff to working with project proponents on developments and providing recommendations, as we do not have any statutory authority for permitting projects and so forth. We provide input on how those projects can avoid, minimize, and potentially mitigate impacts to species, or more importantly, their habitats. To give you an idea of the workload that this program takes care of. Last year, we provided 539 environmental reviews, or what we refer to as WEIR letters. Vast majority of those went to the private sector. However, a lot of those are in response to either a federal, county, or state nexus for permitting, followed by other state agencies. As the subject experts for fish and wildlife management, we are consulted by other agencies that do permit developments. To give you an idea of how that workload is divided with different types of developments within the state, as you can see, looking at this list here that I developed from reviewing our hours spent reviewing projects for the first and second quarters of 2023, wind energy makes up a fairly large share of those reviews. Much of that is because of the scale of wind energy development on the landscape and the multitude of habitats and species they affect. Followed by executive order compliance, and Anika is going to talk a little bit more and address that. However, we still see a lot of requests for recommendations and comments regarding mining, oil and gas, or more traditional developments here in Wyoming. And in addition to those traditional, we also, with non-coal mining, are seeing a lot more interest in uranium, rare earth metals are things that we really didn't see a lot of interest in a few years back. Solar energy is certainly a developing industry in the state, and so we are putting more effort into that. Additionally, we have a lot of our more traditional reviews of WYDOT projects, given the scope of the areas they cover across the state, as well as BLM and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service changes to rules that have occurred during this first 2 quarters of this year that's kept us busy, as well as other projects. To give you an idea of how these are received from the various project proponents, in 2020, a survey was conducted of those project proponents to get an idea of how were our comments received. And as you can see, that purple area at the top indicates that over half of our recommendations were implemented in their project design and so forth, followed by 27% said that more than half of the recommendations we provided were implemented. And so it gives us some feedback that the recommendations that the department is providing are of value to project proponents. And so to circle back and talk a little bit more in depth about wind and solar, because of the scale at which we're seeing that development on our landscape, and is in 2021, the commission was presented with and approved our wind and solar guidelines. This was an update to a 2010 guidelines document that only looked at wind. At that time, solar was not a very large concern within the state. And so this helped lay a pathway for project proponents to meet with the department, present their project, and work collaboratively moving forward through their permitting process with state or federal agencies, and has been serving us well for the past 2 years. I wanted to give you an idea of where these projects are occurring. The blue identifies either wind projects that are working through the permitting process or have actually been constructed. The yellow indicates some solar facilities that are being proposed or in operation. And generally give you an idea of where these are located. Some of that has to do with the wind energy potential that's out there. Where the best wind is generally where we see people wanting to site their projects. Another reason for those locations is it correlates very well where major transmission lines are being developed. And in addition to this, I think if there's the Trans-West Express, which is planned for south of Rollins going down into Colorado. And really these energy developments are driven much by the markets that are supporting this outside of the state of Wyoming. And so certainly project proponents look at close proximity to a way to transmit that outside the state. But I did want to circle back and talk about our more traditional developments and activities here in the state that we provide comment on. Here's a map of the second quarter BLM oil and gas lease sale and to show its distribution across the state. And here we've also provided the sage grouse core area map to give an idea of where some of these are located with some of those important habitats. Just wanted to provide an overview of the scope of the work that we do here. And this is where I am going to turn this over to Anika to discuss executive orders and more.
Thank you, Will. President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, Commissioners, I'll just continue to build on the information that Will has provided and provide a little bit more detail about some of the work that we do in the Habitat Protection Program. So as Will mentioned, executive order work makes up about 20 to 30% of our work duties in the Habitat Protection Program. And sage grouse is a large component of that. And a lot of the work that we do related to sage grouse, the basis for that work is really the sage grouse executive order. And you all are probably pretty familiar with the sage grouse executive order, but I'll just share a little bit more detail about how the Habitat Protection Program sort of comes into play with it. So the sage grouse executive order directs all state agencies to implement sage grouse protections in their permitting processes. So that means entities like Office of State Lands, the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, the Department of Environmental Quality, all need to consider sage grouse mitigation when they're providing new permits. And the role that the department has to play per the executive order is we provide consultation to those fellow state agencies on ways that they can mitigate impacts and be in compliance with the executive order. So we receive a lot of communications from our fellow state agencies requesting that consultation. And so just to give you a feel for the scope of it, I know you all are very familiar with the sage grouse core areas, given everything that's been going on in the last several months. But this slide, I think, is meant to really just drive home sort of the scale. So core areas are where stipulations apply from the sage grouse executive order, and those core areas cover about a quarter of the state. And so there's a lot of development projects that then will have a nexus with the sage grouse executive order. And the way that the Habitat Protection Program, I guess I should take a step back and say, so within the department, the Habitat Protection Program is the work unit that provides those assessments for those fellow state agencies. And so the way that we provide those assessments is we use this density disturbance calculation tool, which is a web tool that tracks disturbance within core areas. And project proponents can enter detailed information about their project footprint and information about activities associated with that project. And then we can get in there, review the information, and then that starts us off in conversations with developers, with permitters about mitigation measures if needed. And one thing to note here is that about a year ago, year and a half ago, the Game and Fish Department, specifically our GIS team, took over the maintenance and management of this web tool. And so that's another way that the department is helping to implement the executive order for the state of Wyoming. And it is really relevant to us because we're using that tool every day. So another sort of formal protection for wildlife that's mandated by the governor's office through an executive order are the migration corridor executive order. So that executive order provides some protections for designated migration corridors, focusing primarily on public lands. And the Habitat Protection Program plays a similar role for this executive order as we play for the sage grouse executive order, in that we provide consultation to our state agency partners and then also to federal agencies for compliance related to the migration corridor executive order. There are 3 currently designated migration corridors, which I imagine you all are familiar with. From west to east on this map, it's the Sublet, Sublet, Bags, and Platte Valley migration corridors. So those are formal protections that are in place for 3 species, essentially in the state of Wyoming. But as Nish mentioned yesterday and Will mentioned this morning, there's 800 species of wildlife and fish that the Game and Fish Department is responsible for the management of. And so for all those other species, we also have opportunities that arise from private landowners, from permitting entities at both the state, federal, and also local levels, and through developers, where they will reach out to us and ask for consultation or for recommendations for all wildlife species. And so we prioritize our recommendations and our efforts using a couple of different metrics. But one of those ways that we prioritize our efforts is considering species of greatest conservation need. So those are species that have been designated as the highest conservation priority in the state through our state wildlife action plan. And so we pay special attention to those guys. And then excuse me. We also know, Wyoming is a very arid state. The estimate is that only about 2% of our land cover are waters, so wetlands, rivers, streams. And so the aquatic habitats that those features provide are obviously extremely necessary for our fisheries, but also for other aquatic wildlife. And so we work very closely with our fish division staff to develop and maintain recommendations to provide protections for the function and water quality of our wetland habitats as well. And just to close out here, I wanted to provide just sort of one concrete example of some of the work that we do. So this slide shows an inappropriately sized culvert. That's sort of the before picture on the left, and then the after picture on the right. And through some road reconstruction work, we were able to connect our fish biologists with the engineer of this project and have this culvert replaced with a more suitably sized and located culvert that allows for fish passage. So a stream length that was once, cut off and habitat fragmented was reconnected with a very simple and minor and pretty cost-effective fix. And so that's a really small action. And to be honest, a lot of the work that we do are made up of these very small actions, but these small actions can really multiply over all the projects. As Will mentioned, we did, I think, over 500 reviews last year. So I think what we're working towards is trying to address as many of these small fixes as we can, and then undertaking bigger things when the opportunity arises, but really trying to maintain our habitat functionality and connectivity as much as we can to support our wildlife populations. Yeah, and I think that's everything, and Will and I would be happy to take any questions.
That was a very good presentation. Anyone have any questions?
Mr. President, I do. Could you explain to me the recommendations versus statutory authority? And I note that we're tasked with this process, but I know also on recommendations that why is it 10% that no recommendations implemented, or why? I particularly knowing what do we do to make sure that all of these protections are in order as far as our statutory authority?
President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, Commissioner Roberts. In some of those cases, and I don't know that any follow-up was done to see specifically what recommendations that were provided were not incorporated into plan design and so forth. I don't have an answer to that to know specifically what those were. However, in some cases, it may be an entity that is may not have there may not be a permitting nexus. They may be contacting us just to develop, ask our opinion on best management practices as well. So, but we can certainly follow up on that. Do you? Okay.
So just one additional small piece of information, Commissioner, sometimes, from what I understand from that survey, sometimes we only have one opportunity to communicate with a developer or project proponent, and it may come through a specific permitting action. So it might be like somebody is getting a permit through the state engineer's office for a well of some kind or a water development. And we may take advantage of that opportunity to provide some additional details of things that are voluntary measures, but that we might recommend as a mitigation action. But the state engineer's office, the permitting entity, will only be able to make as conditions of a permit the recommendations which are relevant for their permitting authority. And so I think some of those are where we're looking to communicate not only to the permitting entity, but also to the developer. And then the permitting authority may not be able to actually incorporate every single one of those things as a condition of a permit. Does that make much sense?
Kinda, if Angie.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. Third time's a charm, maybe. Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, where there is, I think what you're asking is that follow-up. How do we ensure some of these things are put on the ground? With the 2 executive orders, the governor has asked the state permitting agencies to do just that. And so we provide that consultation, but we don't provide that follow-up. We leave it up to the permitting agency. We don't have the capacity to go back and check to see if they did it. We often hear about it if they don't, though, and then we step in. But it's really up to the permitting agency with the executive orders.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? It's a good program. Thank you both for your presentation. We do have public comment, so stay close. You might get asked some more questions. We have a public comment from Megan Riley this morning on this topic. Morning, Megan.
Morning, Commissioners. Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt. I just wanted to take the opportunity to voice my thanks for the vital work that the habitat protection staff do. And in my interactions with them, they're just incredibly hardworking, knowledgeable individuals and are a real credit to the department. And I know I feel a lot better knowing that they're working with companies to minimize impacts to habitat from development. And I will note that I was surprised learning this morning that it's only 6 staffers for the whole state of Wyoming. That's kind of incredible given all of the reviews that they're doing. So if the department ever deemed it necessary to expand that program, my organization would be very supportive. And I'll stand for any questions.
Very good questions, Commissioner Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm sorry, I'm one of the new guys. What is your organization?
I'm with the Wyoming Outdoor Council.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your support, Megan. Okay, we're ready to move on to agenda item 14. Deputy Chief Smith. Good morning. Where are we on? Oh, you get to talk about all kinds of things. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. Our next item is a follow-up from our past commission meeting in July on everyone's favorite subject of landowner licenses. And if you'll recall at that time, we were considering some of the recommendations that were brought forth from the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force for the commission's consideration. And we had a fairly lengthy discussion, kind of a work session there, which generated additional questions. And so my attempt today here is to answer some of those additional questions, answer anything that may have come up in the interim from each of you. And then at the end of the day, basically, hopefully the department will have clear direction on which of these topics we need to consider the next time we run a draft of Chapter 44 considered for landowner licenses. And as far as our order today, so I'll be addressing several things with the assistance of a PowerPoint presentation, and then Jennifer Doring is online. She's in Louisiana at a conference, but she will address the topics that were pushed onto her when I'm done with that. All right. So let's just get into it. One of the first things that came out of our discussion there in Wheatland in July was the first recommendation to try and find a way that that we can establish basically significant interests and limit some of the assumed abuses that have happened in the past with corporations or other people being able to have landowner applicants get licenses that maybe really weren't considered landowner applicants in some folks' minds. So the recommendation from the task force was to basically develop a definition of significant interest and require at least 20% interest in the corporation or business in order to qualify as a landowner applicant. We spent a fair amount of time discussing that, gone back and looked at it a little bit further. I do think that there is an opportunity, if the commission is in agreement with the intent behind this suggestion, that we can institute some sort of a limit on percent of interest within the regulation. Although I do want you to know that in some circumstances, it may be fairly difficult for department employees to actually verify and prove up on those interest recommendations. For instance, rules in Wyoming, you don't have to specify who's an owner or what percent interest they have in several different types of definitions. For instance, an LLC. Sometimes officers are listed at the Secretary of State and sometimes they're not, but there can be some difficulties in proving that up. I think through applications, we can put the onus on the landowner and the applicant to swear or affirm that they do have that percentage. But in those cases where we might not be certain, it will be difficult for us to potentially prove that up. But I do think there is opportunity, if it's the commission's pleasure, that we explore this a little bit further and come back in the future with a regulation change.
Well, to be clear, Mr. President, we're interested in on each one of these specific recommendations. We're interested in some direction from the commission today. I don't know if you want to go item by item, but at the end of the day, we need some direction on whether we pursue these or not.
And real quick, Mr. President, thank you, Director. I appreciate that. It might be helpful for everyone if we kind of wait till the end, because if we make action at the end on something that there may be implications from one decision to the next. So if we can wait to the very end, that would be helpful for me, but just keep track of
Yep.
Yep.
I'll take your recommendation and we'll wait till the end to work each one.
Okay. I guess having said that, I'll just move on to the next recommendation then. So the next recommendation revolved around lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses. And in our regulation, that isn't necessarily defined. And so this was an attempt by the task force to define what it meant for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses. And we want to just make sure that the commission remembers the legislative intent behind landowner licenses is to reward those landowners who basically provide and maintain habitat for wildlife. And wanted to bring up the idea that specifically outlining in commission regulation that if you subdivide any property that you're no longer eligible, that could be a little bit problematic. And we want folks to just be aware that obviously some subdivided properties may provide better wildlife habitat after they're subdivided, depending on ownership and stewardship and things like that. And so we want to be real careful when we work through this, whether or not we make a one size fits all and prohibit the subdivision altogether, or if we really consider what the intent is behind this and follow through in that regard. Additionally, on this subject, we were asked to look at agricultural production before and after a property was sold, or if it was subdivided, and whether or not we could utilize an assessor's office determination on a property if it was zoned agriculture or not, and if that would be a feasible way to kind of limit some of these instances where folks aren't necessarily remaining in agricultural production that ends up benefiting wildlife or not. So we did take a little bit of look into some of that. And basically, most of you are probably aware, there are a lot of properties that are zoned agricultural in Wyoming. And basically the rules are only at this point a minimum of 35 acres. And then you basically have to show $500 of gross revenue on that property to qualify in most cases as an agricultural zone. So it may not be real beneficial to utilize that. And we believe, although I don't have any records to back this up, because we have a 160 acre minimum use or acreage size requirement already, that probably almost all of our properties that are authorized currently are going to meet the zoned agricultural definition. And so relying on that alone is probably not going to accomplish what we were interested in.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, what percentage? You had a.
I don't know the percent
Oh,
that are
I'm sorry.
currently, but being that we have a 160 acre minimum
Right.
requirement now, we're making an assumption that most, if not all, of the properties that are currently
Okay.
authorized are going to meet that definition.
I understand. Thank you. I thought I missed something. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, so we good on ag production and zoning there. I'll move on to the next question that I will address. And there was a couple of recommendations by the task force regarding department employees evaluating the number of use days every 5 years, and also documenting eligibility of applicants at least every 5 years. And a couple things to keep in mind. Didn't go, did I? There we go. Just keeps coming back. Perfect. I think there's some things to keep in mind right now. By and large, most of our employees, they know which properties within their game warden district are going to qualify on an annual basis. And if there is ownership change or subdivision or things like that, then they're in tune with those changes and have the ability to reauthorize and reevaluate those things on an as needed basis. If we do go down the road of requiring it in policy or in commission regulation, then it puts a little bit extra onus on our folks and requires a lot more work for them to accomplish that, even on a 5-year basis. An example I might give you, if our Sundance game warden might have 175 or 200 actual landowners in that game warden district, and to go out and every 5 years hit every single one of those properties, they're going to be spending several months every year just doing landowner or use day evaluations on those properties. In addition, they do have the authority to and the ability to evaluate who is applying on an annual basis through our application process and determine if those folks qualify according to the regulation. So for your benefit and my opinion on these two recommendations, we think that we can accomplish this desire of the task force to step up our efforts a little bit and ensure that we're doing a better job of that through internal work direction, and that we don't need to necessarily put it into the regulation or policy, but we can address it through expectations of work with our employees and make sure that we're all on the same page there. And at the end of our meeting in July, Commissioner Lundvall specifically asked that we bring back the language that was used in the Wyoming Task Force in consideration of allowing a full-time employee to be eligible as a landowner applicant. And I did dive through that 1,000 something pages of information, and this is what I found. It may not be the most, I guess, the final take, but I'll allow or rely on Commissioner Bell to tell me if this sounds right. But the discussion there was that a full-time employee means any full-time employee whose primary duties are directly related to agricultural production or habitat management on the real property, subject to landowner license qualification. And to qualify as a full-time employee, they need to be employed for at least 5 continuous years before they become eligible as an applicant. And this is one of those topics where I think if we go down this road, I think we can make something work, but we just need to be a little bit careful with wording if we do this on how it affects landowner applicants and our significant interest if we go down that road as well.
Yeah, one thing, Mr. President, on this one. I'm trying to remember, we didn't recommend it. The
Correct.
task force didn't recommend it. So I don't remember if we ever went down this road. The one problem I see here, and I don't think it was the intent of stock growers who brought this forward. I think it was I think the intent is to make a full-time employee eligible, not necessarily as a landowner applicant, but as eligible to receive one of the licenses like an immediate family member is able to receive a license. You may have an immediate family member that's not the landowner applicant, but qualifies for one of those licenses that the landowner applicant could get. So if we're going to move this forward, we need to be able to look at the best way to do that to meet the intent and not have to change. We're gonna have to change it where it makes the most sense.
I agree.
Agreed. Yeah, Mr. President, I agree with Director Nesbitt, and I'll talk about the rest of that at the end of this, but I think that the language is close, but I think making sure that we know that that's exactly what Director Nesbitt said is what the intent was.
Okay. Then I believe the last request from July was to come back with a little bit of information. Again, Commissioner Lundvall was interested in the scalability issues and how that might look if we issued licenses based on acreage or based on use days alone, or some combination of acreage and use days. And so to address that, and you'll all seen this little bar graph before, but when our committee in 2018 looked at this, we did a kind of a rough gauge of how many properties were in what acreage and those kinds of things. And again, this is just for reference, but basically you can see that we have a 30 or 35% of most properties fall within those first 3 bars on the scale. So, 1,280 acres or less. And then we have a big wide range of acreage in the middle. And then we have some properties that are much larger than 10,000 acres. And so this is just a reference point to provide that to you so that you can kind of have that in your mind. And so one thing to consider with I'll get to that in a minute. So there's just a breakdown of acreage. Again, our minimum right now is 160 acres and 2 licenses. If we were to consider issuance based solely on animal use days, I just wanted to provide some reference for you. You're probably already aware of this, but 2,000 use days is any combination of the number of animals and the number of days that they may be present. So for reference again, 2,000 use days, if you have 5.5 animals every single day for an entire calendar year, that's the use you're looking at to qualify for a landowner license at 2,000 minimum days. Conversely, if you had 200 animals on your property for 10 days, you would also equal that 2,000 use days. So it's just a reference point as we move forward in this discussion. And then again, if we look strictly at animal use days, just another reference point on how many total animal use days might be developed based on the number of animals present. So you can see we have our 5.5 animals for a full calendar year is 2,000 use days. If you had 27.4 animals on your property for an entire year, every day you would have 10,000 use days. I don't know if this is helpful to you or not, but I just wanted you to understand kind of those combinations and the number of animals that we might be looking at if we looked strictly at use days, if you wanted to consider any changes in those minimums. Whoop. And then any kind of a combination. So back to our acreage. We've got a little bit of concern on equity there. Obviously, if you have 200 acres in one part of the state, it may not equate to the same available habitat and support in another part of the state. So geographically, if you're in the desert, it might take 1,000 acres to provide the same amount of habitat for deer or elk or whatever it is as 200 acres might in another part of the state, just based on precip and conditions and productivity. So utilizing acreage alone or acreage combined might create some inequities across the state on how we actually figure out what's a valid number of use days based on the acreage that you have. So it will be a bit cumbersome to develop those equitable combinations if we do it combined. My take is the intent of the legislature is to reward folks who provide habitat for wildlife, and that if we're going to go down the road of any of these three options, that use days would probably be the most efficient and easy to determine and most appropriate in that case. And so now I believe we have Jennifer Doring online, and she will address the discussion over issuing landowner licenses with caps and public land and some of that other information that's been provided previously. And then if it's all right, we'll address all of these recommendations, and she's done. That work, Mr. President? Very good. Jennifer, are you online?
I am. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. As Craig mentioned, I'm going to follow up on the last request that was made by the commission at the July commission meeting, which was to look at and provide both the landowner license distribution for the 2023 season, which was emailed out to you guys by John Kennedy a couple weeks ago, I believe, and then to look at a 5-year analysis of the landowner licenses we've issued to residents and non-residents as well. And so that handout, I believe, was provided by Tony this morning, which is a summary looking at full price elk, deer, and antelope licenses issued from 2019 to 2023. And so I went through and in this presentation, I just broke down, starting with antelope, the number of license areas that have 20% or more of the license quota for either resident or non-resident issued to landowners. So for antelope, we have a total of 8 resident areas that have 20% or greater of the resident quota, which remember is 80% of the commission approved quota, going to landowners for the antelope. And then conversely, for non-residents, we have 12 areas, licenses that have that 20% or greater. And then in looking at them across each of them, we have 4 that overlap. So there's 4 areas, 4 area types that have 20% greater for both resident and non-resident. So area 5 type 1 has 24% for residents and 26% of the licenses for non-residents going to landowners. And just a reminder on the non-residents, that's only 20% of the quota. I'm not taking into consideration any undersubscribed resident quota that may roll to the non-residents. This is strictly looking at the quota the 20% quota for this area license of non-residents. And the way that was determined is on the spreadsheets that Tony handed out. That will show you every license that we've issued for each of the years. Some of those charts don't have any licenses, which means we either didn't, if that area isn't identified, we didn't issue any of the landowner licenses for that area that year. And so some of them you'll see I had to insert extra rows just to make sure when I did the summary of the average across that we had the average of 5 years. So there are many areas that we didn't issue landowner licenses or have that landowner license type available that year. So this is the average across all 5 years. So you can look through that on the slideshow. This is the ones that have it for antelope. And then we have an additional 4 areas as well. And on some of those, you do see 0%, which means that the 5-year average was under 1%. As I go further on, you'll see that I have noted that some of them say none, which means that we actually didn't issue any at all. But 0% means that we did issue some, but in the 5-year average, it was less than when rounded up was 0%, just to make that note. As we move on to our deer, we have a few more areas in this. In residence, we have 13 of our licenses that had 20% or more of the quota going to residents were landowners. And then for non-residents, we have 11 licenses where the 20% or greater went to non-resident landowners. And with that, we have 6 of those that overlap as well. This does include for non-residents, we didn't have any, but I did look at the regional quota, Deer Region general quota as well. It's just that none of those areas go over 20%. And moving on to elk. Elk is, I looked at this as well. So we have 84% of the commission approved quota goes to residents. And of that, we had 10 areas where 20% or more of that quota went to landowners for the residents. And then 16% of commission approved quota goes to non-residents. And we had 29 areas where the licenses were issued were 20% or more of that 16%. And this is the chart where you can see in the 2 type 4 for non-residents, I have none listed. That means over the 5 years, we didn't issue any. So it's not a rounded percentage. There were none issued for that area as you go through. When we look at it, we had 4 of the elk areas where it was 20% or greater for both resident and non-resident as well. And so I was asked to come back and provide you guys with that summary as well as the 2023 landowner licenses. And so just wanted to walk you guys through that and highlight those license areas which had 20% or more licenses going to landowners either for residents or non-residents. And I looked at them separately for that average. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Jennifer? Commissioner Bell.
Mr. President, thank you, Jennifer. I think you have probably answered this question for me multiple times over the past couple of years. But do you remember when we changed having landowners submit their application for landowner licenses and issued those? Now we issue them with the same draw. We used to do that earlier, and now we do it at the same time, I think. Is that correct?
Commissioner, President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, that is correct. So currently they are issued as the first step in the draw after we split quota, either on the resident side or non-resident side. I don't know when they were not issued as part of the draw. So My history since 2007 was that they had always been issued as part of the draw. They were always just issued as the first step in the draw.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But they do put in, they can start putting in January for that. Is that right?
Commissioner Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, that is correct. So their application period is now the same as a regular applicant. They can start applying when the season opens, and their deadline to apply is the same as the deadline for regular applicants. So for non-resident elk is the only one that's different. That deadline is January 31st, and that's for both landowners and regular applicants. And then for all other antelope and deer and resident elk, that deadline is May 31st, which coincides with the regular application period, which was changed a few years ago when we went all electronic.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And the question stems maybe not as much around this, but around the fact that if we have people, you know, enough landowners that put in for landowner tags, there's actually people that are putting in for licenses that are technically drawing dead and trying to figure out a way to, in my mind, to make that be known. But that's something we'll probably work out outside of the landowner license issue. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roberts.
Mr. President, and I don't know, general towards Mr. Smith or whatever, but it's kind of my, I'm looking at this. I would like to see, as personally myself, just remove this full-time employee thing from any further consideration from the commission. I just think it's going down a different road than I would like to see it go through, but and I respect everybody else's, whether they want to keep it on, but I'm trying to narrow the gap down a little bit to try to get some sort of resolution to this. And I just don't foresee that the full-time employee, it came in kind of on a flyer. It wasn't any kind of a recommendation from the task force. And I would like to just see it removed from any consideration. That's just my thoughts. Thank you.
So noted. Any more direct questions to Craig's presentation? If not, then I have some public to comment. I'd like to invite them into the discussion now. I have Carson Keyline, landowner from Newcastle. I'd like to hear your thoughts, sir, on the topic.
Okay, President, Director, members of the commission, thank you guys for the time. I just kind of wanted to give you guys a different option to look at this. I know what you guys are trying to accomplish, getting guys more opportunity on the public side, not making the landowners mad. I would say for you guys to make all the landowner tags private land, only valid on private land and your leased land, to get it back more to the original intent of the tag so the landowners can hunt their ranches. But I understand the guys that don't have they provide the winter habitat and don't have it. So if you look to states like Colorado, there's a private pool that have an area wide tag. And that would kind of simplify things down, and it's going to help your guys' subdivision stuff. Them guys getting the 160s and stuff like that and getting their tags and then going hunting the entire area just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That kind of goes into not the purpose of that tag. They're getting in there, getting the 160. Now I got a tag. Stop with the subdivision of everything else, but so it helps with the problem of the landowners being able to still hunt their place. And then if you could take and make them guys not come out of the quota because they're typically hunting bulls or bucks. Doesn't affect your populations. It helps the draws for the residents. And like if you take like area 124 on elk, what they were just talking about, Jennifer was, if you put a cap on the number of landowner applicants, there'd only be 4 tags that come out of the draw for the residents. And right now there's 22. So it's a big jump in the quota for them. If you capped it at 20% of the landowner applicants, it's still 11 tags. So it's still a 3 times increase in the application or the tag availability for residents if you'd go that route, but solves a lot of issues. And then the other thing would be opening up that direct lineage line that you guys are talking about. If you made it so it was like your siblings, nieces and nephews, just expand that a little bit. The cap, the 20% cap, like Mr. McGagnon was talking about, limiting like inheritances. If you expand that to your siblings and include like your nieces and nephews into that language, it doesn't matter what that percentage is. You can hold that 20%, maybe even 30% up to 40%, because if my sister gets 20% and I get 80%, say how a lot of ranches fall down to keep controlling interest in one place to prevent the breaking up of a ranch. Well, that still allows her kids to be able to hunt if they want to come hunt. If you expand this out to like a niece and nephew line, so it helps you guys with your cap stuff to tighten up the corporation stuff without affecting the landowners so much. The landowners can still hunt, their family can still hunt, but you can tighten up that significant percentage going that route. And that's about all I have for you guys. Any questions?
Thank you for that. Any comments, questions back for Carson?
I do, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you for bringing them up. The more the better. The first thing you talked about was the landowner license only for your own land.
Yes, sir.
So this isn't maybe so much a question for you as for Commissioner Bell from being on the task force and the director. Was that discussed and dismissed, or what happened with it? Because it has, when you said that, it had a lot of visceral appeal. And I'm just wondering what happened to it.
So, Mr. President, Director, and Commissioner Masterson, it was, as Carson knows, it was discussed at length. And we had a lot of feedback on this. And really what it comes down to is, and what Carson's done now is thrown a little bit of a different monkey wrench into how do you remedy that what he knows the argument's going to be, or the concerns of that, which is, I'm a landowner and I provide habitat all winter long or all summer long, and then the animals actually aren't on my property. So I get a landowner tag, but there's no animals. So if it's just for my property, how do I do that? Well, most of the large landowners, that's probably not an issue. They have animals. But as you can see, a lot of our tags are the smaller landowners, 1,200 and less. And so what Carson's saying, anyway, there was a significant amount of pushback against just having that on your private land, for that reason, that they're raising those animals. They're providing that habitat. At some point, they have the same animal day use, but they don't get it. They don't get a, if it's just for your property, they might not be there for those 20 or those 30 days. That's really what it was about. And go ahead, Director, if you want.
Well, I was going to say the other argument too was a lot of ranches have got mixtures of other public and private lands in the middle, and it wouldn't make sense for a landowner, that if there's a restriction, they can only hunt on their own ranch, that they couldn't hunt on their leased ground. And Carson brought that up, and he said, include lands that their ranch leases. And the other argument was that, a lot of times their ranches aren't all in one chunk. They're spread out, and the neighbors work with the neighbors. And so what difference does it make if you're hunting on your private land or your neighbor's private land? And Carson addressed that as well. I think what I heard Carson recommend was only on private land, meaning they could hunt on anybody's private land, not just their own, or
your state
or
lease-
BLM or
yeah, your
forest
leased
leases.
land. So you can hunt your ranch or private land. But if you guys are already talking about capping, then you're going to frustrate the guys on the western side of the state in these areas because they're already going to get capped. So this way they can still get a landowner license at least, but then they also have the chance of getting into that draw pool of maybe 20-30% of the landowner applicant licenses. That's kind of why Commissioner Bell was asking, say us, all of us landowners, we used to put in early. Our stuff used to have to be in January 31st. Put us all in, and then you got a cap right there. You can run that drawing real quick. And then that way it goes back, Commissioner Bell, and you guys can get the information out to the public. This is the actual number of tags going to be around. But it's a way to keep landowners happy, gives public guys some more opportunity to get in on tags, and like I say, restrict back the 160s and things like that. I am not a fan of that. I don't think the minimum acreage should be 160 on ag. I mean, for crops, I understand that more. But 160 acres, that runs 4 cows a year. To me, you're not providing that much habitat for an elk. Like take area 7 and there's 15,000 elk. What percentage did you really do with 4 cows on being able to run 4 elk on you? Just doesn't make sense to me. And like them numbers, there's 56% of the landowner applicants have under 1,200 acres of ground. It's not a big jump. The guys over 10,000, I guess, it's 8% of the applicants. I'm not asking for graduated tags or something, but I don't think I should be restricted because people are subdividing their ground and trying to get more tags out there. It's a way to help stop your subdivision. Your tag application numbers will go down if people are forced to hunt private property on them smaller areas like area 7 and area 117 over in Newcastle. Guys with 160s and 320s, they are going to significantly stop applying.
So, Mr. President, I think, one of the things that, and I love the conversation we have, and Carson and I have had this for a couple of years now. I think one of the things that we would be careful with is there are some landowners that have 160s that provide habitat. And we heard this from folks that good habitat. I mean, sometimes cropland and making that distinction maybe is an option, but that might not be, I don't know if it would be considered cropland or not, but it's really good habitat. And they can afford to have that. And they enjoy providing that habitat with knowing that they're going to get an opportunity at a landowner tag. If they don't have that opportunity, they might as well chop that up and sell it. I mean, they have that attitude, and we actually want to not, entice them to do that. They're providing a habitat, granted at 160 acres. We had the conversation multiple times about changing that acreage or changing that animal day use and those things, and it just wasn't one of those recommendations that moved forward. But I think that we have to be careful. One of the things I learned over the last couple of years of the task force, if you pull the string over here, something else happens over here that you might not have intended. And I think that, that's where, in my recommendation or at least my conversation and the way I've looked at this over and over is that if you look at putting a cap on and you give the department the discretion in those over objective areas, similar to what we have in 113 and 123 elk and in area 7, that you add those in addition to the quota, that the department's discretion, they could just add those landowner licenses in addition to the quota, that you actually remedy most of these issues going forward. You also, and then landowners, if they're over 20%, just using that number, and that's the number we used for these diagrams, that then the landowners would go into a draw with a landowner preference point for the next year, something like that. So they would get preference the next year if they didn't draw. I think what that does is it actually solves a lot of these issues. I don't know if I don't know that there's a magic bullet for this, but it does actually, it gives the department the discretion to work with those areas that are over objective. It gives the, honestly, at that point, it doesn't even, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but if you increase the lineage, you increase you increase these other things, at least we know that there's going to be an opportunity there to draw a tag in every single area. And everybody's going to know that, whether you're a non-resident or a resident, you're a non-resident or a resident landowner. You understand that. And as Wyoming adds more population, which it seems like we're going to continue to do, these numbers you see, and we track those back even further, and they're exponentially going up on the landowner licenses. It's not going down. It's not probably ever going to go down. And so if something's not done now or sometime, then we're going to continue to we'll just kick this can down the road on this, honestly. So that's kind of where I'm at on it. And I can go through every single one of these. And I will for Craig's, but Carson, I don't have any more questions for you. So I apologize for that. But thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else?
No, thanks, Carson.
And so anyway, I guess that's where I would start the conversation, because if we go back and look at some of these things, I think they are remedied by other things. If you look at it. And so I'd be curious statewide, with knowing what these are, what these numbers look like on deer, elk, and antelope, and one of the questions I had, I don't know if it's for Craig or Jennifer, and I don't know that we'll have this. I should have emailed it out, and I apologize for that. But in this, especially in elk, because that seems to be probably the only thing we're, for the most part, over objective. How many of those areas that were over 20% are over objective? I'd say it's probably most of them, just to guess, knowing how many elk we have in Wyoming right now. And that it wouldn't be an issue if the department had a opportunity to do that, to add those tags. So Director Nesbitt, I'd like to hear what you think about some of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't make that assumption. I think we need to look at that. I think we're at about 12 areas statewide out of 34 that are over objective. And some of those are just highly coveted. They're not necessarily over objective, but they're in areas with a lot of them are areas with a lot of public land. So it makes them highly attractive. And there's a handful of landowners, it's a smaller percentage of the total area. So anyway, I think we should just look at that, and it's easy for us to look at. So we can do that.
I have a few thoughts I want to put out now before we get into the dissection of your presentation, Craig. And I appreciate the work the task force did. It was a big lift. So since our Wheatland meeting, I've extensively talked to some landowners, and from the landowner side, I'm hearing some consistent themes. Simpler to get a landowner tag, harder to be eligible to qualify for a landowner tag, graduated number of licenses based on size, and all landowners come off the resident quota, not off the non-resident quota. So as we go into those things, that's what I'm hearing. And I can't argue against any of those that they're bringing forward as landowners. There's good justification to all of them. So I want to add those thoughts to the conversation. So Craig, on your presentation with those 4 items, you want to work those now individually?
Be happy
Or I
to.
think there was more than 4 though.
I think
Each of them. Let's just start at the top.
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Masterson.
I didn't know if you wanted kind of general philosophical thoughts now, later, at all. So I'm perfectly fine with the way you have this mapped out, but I just didn't want to miss the opportunity to make some observations, but I want to do it.
Now would be a good time for you to philosophize.
Well, settle in, everyone.
I do have a limit though, because we're getting
I understand.
long.
I understand. What I want to pass along is this. It seems to me, okay, newcomer, didn't do the task force. It seems to me that the original intent of the landowner license is getting lost. And as a general thing. And I don't know how to return to it, but I do know that no matter what we change, somebody's going to be angry. So I think to me, I have to accept that I'm going to get a lot of flaming emails, no matter what we do. I feel that the burden for, to follow up on your thought, Mr. President, that the burden to apply needs to be on the landowner. Because one thing I have heard consistently from talks I've had with the people on the ground with the department is, and Director, they are not complaining, but when you ask them what percentage of their time is spent verifying, going out, checking the boxes, it's staggering the amount of time they spend. I need you to know they're not complaining about that. But But it was an educational piece for me. I didn't realize it. It's staggering the amount of time some of them have to spend on it, and it takes away from the other things they need to do. So I like the idea of pushing the burden more on the landowner and having them submit data under penalty of perjury. Why not? Seriously, why not? I don't know if that's what they're doing now, but submit the application and sign off and say it's true.
You're right on.
I didn't understand, and perhaps Commissioner Bell or Deputy Chief or you can, this is my last thing until I have a follow-up. Can you elaborate on the difficulty of implementing the 20% ownership? Because what I thought I heard you say was difficulty in verifying and, you know, some of those things. Maybe I misunderstood you. But it seems to me that that's a real straightforward thing to do. Can you just elaborate? Just give me one minute.
Absolutely, Mr. President. Commissioner Masterson. So what I was speaking to is that some properties are enrolled under an individual's name. They're under an LLC. They're a corporation, they're a partnership. There's all these different definitions. Some of those definitions of businesses, just for ease of discussion, require registering with the Secretary of State and including all kinds of information on ownership and officers and things like that. Others do not require that. They can be somewhat anonymous. So my point in talking about that was if we require a % of interest, there will be some instances where we will not have the ability necessary to go in and verify that outside of accepting someone's word for it, which is okay. If they sign an oath, I think we can work through that, but it will create some difficulties in verifying that % of ownership was my point.
And I did hear that. And I understand that it's difficult, you know, you can't verify a lot of this. We could either require, you know, that they submit some corporate document indicating they own one share, you know, 1%. But you're exactly right. You can only go so far, you know, with any of these things, and then, you know, you do the best you can. So I appreciate that, Mr. President. Thank you for indulging me.
You bet. All right, Craig, let's start at the top.
Okay, the first recommendation was basically to put in regulation a definition of landowner applicant and require a percentage of interest in order to qualify as that applicant. The recommendation was 20%. There's been discussion whether that's appropriate or not. Any percentage we can come up with that might be appropriate. What I would ask is through your discussions, if there's support to pursue something that meets the intent of this recommendation to put in regulation a % of interest required by folks that are members of a corporation, et cetera.
Okay, Commission, my thought is from our meeting in Wheatland, and we learned of the abuse to the landowner program. And I want to stay steadfast to the original intent that a landowner license is a reward to a landowner doing good stewardship for Wyoming's wildlife. So I support whatever percentage we need to stop the abuses that we know about, and how that looks, that is language beyond me about the complexities of trusts and corporations and stuff. So I really look to the department's lead on that, but it certainly needs to be tightened up to stop the abuses that we know are going on. How's the fellow commission feel?
Yeah, Mr. President, I would agree with that, but I also am intrigued by the sentence that you had here on to limit landowners that own more than one qualifying parcel to a maximum number of licenses. I'm curious how to elaborate on that and how that would solve what we're talking about here Craig, maybe you can help me with that one because I'm
Yes.
interested to see what the department.
Mr.
As,
President and Commissioner Bill, yeah, so just real quick on that, when developing this PowerPoint, put a bunch of thoughts in there and weeded them out. And you didn't see it come on the screen today because it got weeded out and your copy didn't get weeded out.
Oh,
But there
sorry
was,
about
since we've discussed it, it's fine. I didn't mention that to you and that's on me. We discussed the potential for doing that. And again, it just boils down to, there may be an opportunity to, if one corporation or one family owns multiple properties, that we could develop a limit in the total number. But again, the reason I took it out of there is because it really boils down to, for us, the intent of the legislation and whether or not that's really appropriate. If you have the means and the ability to own multiple properties and all of those properties are under a little bit different ownership and they provide the habitat, should we go down that road? But if that's a discussion you want to have, I'm happy to.
No, I think I'm okay with what the president said is moving forward with something that we can look at that in regulation that people can look at and provide comment on.
Okay.
I think that I'm okay with that. And then we can see where that goes from there.
Mr. President stepped out for just a moment. Is there any other comments on the idea to move forward with some sort of a significant interest definition in the reg?
Ooh, it's anarchy up here. It's anarchy. I'm, for what it's worth, I'm in favor of that. You know, you can only drill down so far. And you have to, we do the best we can to determine that. We make them swear that that's the case. That's the best we can do. And I'm sure our AG representative can help us navigate some of these things, but try to keep it simple and make the landowner applicant responsible for submitting the documentation that is necessary. You know, it's the best you can do. So my thought would be 20%. And put it out and let's hear a comment. That's if you're talking about a starting point, what percentage?
Yeah, and I think the director will tell us, we'll hear from Jim that should be lower.
Mhm.
And I think most of the things that probably happen that we say are outside of what we would consider natural are much lower percentages than that. And so I think that even we could start it at 10% and, you know, so that we're not, you know, those large families getting chopped up and those kind of things and things happening like that they're not as concerned about that. It's those 1%. It's those 1% owners or 1/10 of 1% owners of a corporate that I think is the issue. Director.
Yeah, and I recommend that the commission consider exactly what Commissioner Bell just said. I think let's go out to the public with 10% and see what we hear. But I can think of, I won't go down this rabbit trail. We're short on time, but I can think of a lot of situations where your normal agricultural operation, average size family ranch in Wyoming, you know, when estate planning happens and when older members pass away, where corporate structures could be such that we would move away from the intent of the commission if it was too high, if it was at 20%. So I think starting at 10 is a good idea. And that would cover the situations that have come up that are probably not in alignment with what the commission's original intent was. Things where, you know, because I'm an employee, all employees are a shareholder. I own 0.00001% of this gigantic corporation. Therefore I get a landowner license. That's the issues that have been brought forward and to address. So this would cover that situation.
Very well. Mr. President, we'll move on to the second recommendation, which was considering subdivision of property for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner license. In that discussion, whether we need to utilize some sort of agricultural zoning or maintain, I think the intent was to maintain that properties were in some sort of agricultural use to meet the definition and the intent. But I'll take any comments there.
Mr. President, so my thoughts on this one if you're okay, this is a tough one. I think that this one is going to be very tough to enforce. I think it's going to be very tough to. It's just I don't know that. This is going to be a hard one for me to even support, because I think when we purchased and you know, how do you prove that somebody's buying something for this, and then how long does that stay there, and if they sell it again, and I just think this is a tough one. I don't like that. I'll put it right out there that I don't like that people sell property advertising that they get licenses, because I just don't think they should do that. However, that's going to continue because it has 2 licenses that they're trying to sell it. Doesn't mean they're always going to have those animal, you know, use days. But I don't know that this is one I just feel like this is going to be a tough one to continue with.
I think the only way out of this is lift your minimum acreage size to prevent that. And I don't think there's an appetite for that. So I don't know which way to go on that one, Commissioner Bell. What's the other commission think? Because it is done, and I agree with Commissioner Bell. I do not like seeing ranches where buy this little chunk and you get a landowner's tag. That's not what we're doing. I don't like that abuse. So I don't have a good, strong direction on that.
And I'm with you, Mr. President.
I think it's clear, Mr. President, we won't
Yeah.
move forward with that. If maybe we'll go to Jennifer since she's online and kind of waiting there and at a conference. If you want to discuss the next recommendation, which was the 20% cap on applicants and that topic. Jennifer, if you're still there. That's not a good thing at all.
You're all out there. So
I am still here.
Thank you.
okay. Welcome back, Jennifer. I need clarification on the 20% cap. What are we capping?
Commissioner President, my understanding from the task force recommendation was a request to cap the number of landowner licenses issued in the draw. And their recommendation was 20% of the quota. So you can look at that a couple ways. The way I chose to present it to the commission was 20% of the resident quota and 20% of the non-resident quota, because each of the draws for landowner are separate and they come out of their respective residency quotas. So if the commission approves 100 licenses, 80% of those for deer and antelope go to residents. And so then setting that limit at 20% of resident would be 20% of that 80%. And conversely, 20 licenses would go to non-residents and 20% of that would be the non-resident if you took it out of their respective quotas. Or as a public comment made, you could set it and do it at the beginning and take it out of the total approved commission quota, 20% there. It just is really at the discretion of the commission how they want that to go forward.
Okay, so 2 things, Jennifer. In my valley of private land, 9 non-resident tags, 7 of those go to non-resident landowners. You would cap that at 20%.
So
2 would go to landowners. The other 5 non-resident landowners then have to enter into this problem, or not problem, but this other pool draw. And I have a struggle with maintaining equity in that.
So
I don't know how we do that.
yeah, so Mr. President, that actually is already established. I think that we already have, it's been a long time, but I think that we've had more landowners apply for licenses in the past than when we actually put in the quota.
That's correct.
So what happens is they actually go into a draw.
Okay,
That's
I see
actually
that.
already established. And so what we would just make sure that we do as a department is that there's going to be a draw. If there's more people apply for those 20%, let's just say there's 2 and there's 9 or 7 people, that only 2 of them are going to get them, but then the other 7 are going to get a point for next year. And then not all of them are going to get them that then either, you know, but, and
Yep.
so they might go 4 years before they get another landowner license. But as you well know, probably that number is going to go up. Either they stop putting in for it, or there's going to be more landowners, not less landowners, is from what we're seeing. And so is the 20% correct? I don't know. But I think that system is actually already in place.
Okay, so Jennifer, my question is, because I want to simplify this process for you. What if all landowner tags came off resident quota?
Commission President, it would simplify it. It would be easier if we're putting 20% caps on certain areas. That's going to be a challenge that the commission is going to have to approve those 20% areas in advance on an average. If it comes off the resident quota, that's just a simple change in the programming. I just want to also elaborate to your previous comment. I do want to make sure you guys understand that all landowner applications currently go through a draw. And as Commissioner Bell was appointing, we do in the past have had times where we had more applicants than we had licenses available, either in that 20% or 80%. And those applicants are just unsuccessful. They don't drop into another pool. They don't go into the regular applicant. They're just unsuccessful for that year. So I just want to make sure that everybody on the commission understands that.
Okay, my thoughts are no cap to landowners. And looking at 2023 data, Antelope, almost 1,200 total landowner coupons. I don't have this memorization of what the 20% would be, but biologically, Craig, are the landowner tags making a biological impact?
Mr. President, if I understand your question correctly, we're issuing a quota and those landowner licenses are coming out of the quota.
Yeah.
So there is no additional impact under the current system. It's
Right.
just a license.
So to me, because we're within that parameter of the biological sustainability of that unit, get rid of all these numbers and caps and confusion and just put it all in the resident quota. We know that quota can handle landowners. We keep all landowners happy. We don't enter landowners into a draw, non-draw by point situation. It just seems simpler to me. Biological quota or biological sustainability quota, landowner tags, what's left for public? That's what my thinking is going.
Mr. President, I understand that thinking. I would just caution, we have by law splits for non-residents and residents and quotas that are established, and the amount of those licenses that need to come out of either respective residency. We can't have non-residents apply as residents or vice versa. So we need to consider that when we talk about that particular idea, unless I'm wrong,
You're correct, Craig. But it's not statutory. It is regulatory. So the commission, but it would require a whole bunch of other changes, not just what we're talking about here. It would change the entire split on allocation. And, we will hear a lot of what the task force heard, and I'm basing a lot of this on that, was a concern over demand increasing and that landowner license issuance is affecting their ability to draw, and it's exacerbating the problem with more residents not being able to draw. And so on the converse side of this, what we're going to hear for sure is the proposal that you just made, Mr. President, would exacerbate that problem even more.
That's what I don't want to do. I don't want to simplify this problem, and I respect the work the task force did, absolutely. But it just seems to be more complicated.
Yeah, so Mr. President, I mean, I actually, looking through all this, I think the 20% cap or a cap of a percent is the simplest. And that's
from listening to everything over the few years, and I don't want you to just take my word for it. I really do want to make sure we're doing this right now, whether 20% is correct or not correct, or 25. And if you look through it, it really is an area by area issue. You know, we can't look at it as an antelope at whole across the state, because as we've seen, especially in the last winter, things change. And so, you know, it's really an area by area issue that there's areas that 100% of the licenses go to landowners. And I think if it's 50% public land or it's 25% public land, some of those licenses probably should go to the general public. And I think that's where we fall in that. And I think that's, the sportsmen were very adamant that that was the case. But there's, you know, and so I think a cap of some sort actually helps in the future for landowner issues. All of these things, you know, whether we're going to add employees or we're going to add lineage or we're going to add this, we're going to add that, we're going to have more landowners, is all remedied if you establish a cap. Then you know for sure that this many licenses are going to go to the landowners, in whether it's a draw or whether it's not a draw. I think vast majority of licenses or vast majority of areas don't get to that 20% cap. And then, you know, then given the discretion on certain areas, if they're over objective, the department has the opportunity to give those landowner licenses in addition. I think that, you know, will eliminate some of those areas right off the bat. And so, you know, I think that it actually, while it might seem like it's a little bit more work in the draw, and Jennifer's, it seems like we do pile work on her in this draw and questions on it. I think it actually is probably fairly simple. It's pretty simple in my opinion, from all of the other things that we've heard, as far as let's do this draw and this draw, and you know, and add, I mean, put more onus on the department employees to find out how many, you know, if they're 5% or 8% owners, or put more onus on eligibility requirements and all of those kind of things. Ultimately, if you cap it, you're establishing that right now. And I think it remedies future issues. And landowners are going to know, hey, if we add another 10 landowner licenses, it's going to be that much harder to draw. Are they going to apply? I don't know. But ultimately what we're doing is capping that. So I don't expect Craig to say that it is simple, but it's more simple than adding all of these other things.
And Mr. President, one thing, my question would be, and how do we remedy the non-resident versus resident on the cap?
So good question, Mr. President. So Commissioner Roberts, so you would do that if there's 100 licenses, 20% go to 20% of those licenses go to non-residents, 80% go to residents. Out of that, you take the 20% non-resident landowners and resident landowners. And then the rest goes to that resident and non-resident quota.
But from the statistics that I'm looking at, most of us non-resident. I mean, you'd really be taking that really, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it might seem like I'm unsympathetic to the non-resident landowners, but I am. I mean, I'm sorry about that. I listened to this for 2 years, and it might seem like that,
No,
but
I feel it.
but I am, and that's I'll get emails. I understand that. I'm used to it. I can take that.
Well, I appreciate your thoughts, and looking at just the 2023, there's a lot of non-resident landowners, and it's growing. And I want to take care of residents first as well. So I appreciate your comments about, and what I think I'm struggling with is the vastness of this. And so hearing your comments, I understand more your 20% cap proposal. So next time, Craig, as we work this forward, this is fantastic information, but it's overwhelming. I'd like to just see the areas by species 20% and more only, because you're right. There's a lot of those areas that won't apply to. It's not an issue. I have all hunt areas here. I just
When we
want
go
to see.
back, we'll just get the PowerPoint because they were all on that PowerPoint.
Yes, at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah.
And then, Mr. President and Brian and the department, maybe they can bring up which of those areas at least, and it's probably mostly just elk, but which one of those would the department have to work on if they're over objective, or we think those areas are
Yeah,
over
that-
objective? I know we don't
that's
do it
good
by area,
information.
we do it by herd unit, but
And I don't have those slides.
We
here.
can still do it by area. I mean, we can, if that area is in a herd unit that's over objective, we'll highlight those so you know how many there are.
appreciate that. Thank you.
So, Mr.
There's-
President, so I'm clear on this
Cheers,
particular.
Mud. You're good.
So I'm good. Okay, we'll move on.
I think, Craig, what I'm hearing is we'll come back with additional information and also include in a regulation draft for 44, we'll start at 20%. The commission obviously is not completely aligned on this, but we need to have something that we can gather public comment and then have them deliberate on. Are you agreeable to that?
I agree 100% unless Commissioner Masterson has something in it.
I just, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify, because Commissioner Bell, I thought, had a really good thought, and I don't know if it's part of what we're asking Craig to go tackle, and that was permit, sorry, wrong word, allow the department to increase the number of landowner licenses if you're over objective somewhere. I mean, I guess we set quotas, but that idea, and we could do it, I guess, when we through the quota process, but that idea had a lot of appeal to me, and I'm wondering if that's part of what you're contemplating with this suggestion. That's all.
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, that is correct. I think Director Nesvik and the department can get us that information on those slides that we saw that were at that 20% threshold, that they can get us that information on those, and we'll see where that is.
Mr. President, I just asked, make sure Jennifer doesn't have any additional questions or follow-up.
Commissioner President, I did just want to note that information on the 2023 spreadsheets that were emailed to you, while it lists every hunt area, the highlighted areas were highlighted with 20% or more. So it should be like a pinkish color, mauve color in the 2022 that were highlighted, showing those that were over 20%, just so you could quickly glance through there and see. And then as well on the 5-year, that list also has that. And then I can email you those slides that I just shared that are the ones that are over 20% as well. So I just wanted to make sure you had that information in front of you.
Thanks, Jennifer. And I see it now, and it's faint, but it's like with glasses, I can't see it. Without my glasses, I can see it. I know that's backwards, but I see that now, so I'll digest that some more. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. President, I believe our last item on this discussion topic is the department direction on employees reevaluating within every 5 years and or looking at all of the applicants. Just to reiterate, I believe that we can accomplish both of those recommendations without going into the regulation and putting it into the rule, and that we can address these issues if there are any through just direction to employees. But I'm also very, very open to discussion on these topics.
Sure. Well, we've heard Commissioner Roberts' comments, and I don't know where this originated from. I'm sorry, Ashley's not with us to add her thoughts on that. Does anyone have any additional thoughts, comments on that, Masterson?
Shockingly, I'm really stunned by the amount of time. I'm sorry to have my finger on the line. The amount of time that it takes the department to verify this process, and it's going to take time no matter what. But I would like to know if the commission would consider looking at something where, we push as much of this burden to provide supporting information as possible onto the landowner. And perhaps in practice that's happening, but I'm just stunned by that. So just wanted to tee that up.
Commissioner Bell, I thought that was actually part of the recommendation from the task force.
It actually was, and I think we kind of I think what the recommendation from the department was that they can accomplish this with the intent, and this is on eligibility requirements. I think okay, and backing up, so that was part of it, that we put that in. The intent was to put that on the responsibility, a lot of that more onto the responsibility of the landowners, and I think that's a good idea. Back to just real quick, to somebody asked about Commissioner Lundvall's the employee thing.
Yeah,
That's
the
what you
employee
were
thing,
asking, Mr.
separation,
President. Yeah. Same thing, what we asked in the task force, and why I'm also, I think the cap underneath that cap, if we want to expand those opportunities, I think I'm probably okay with that. But what we're gonna end up doing with employee is putting another burden on either the landowner to provide that information. What kind of employee are they? Do their accountants that have worked for them for over 5 years count? Do their financial people? Do those kind of things? I mean, the intent I know was to be the working person at the ranch that's providing that, that's there. But then we're putting it on our department staff, all of those kind of things. So anyway.
So I think we just talked past one another.
We did.
Craig's talking about
Let's clean up.
the commission directing the department to do a 5-year review on eligibility. And Craig's recommendation is that we handle that through internal direction. And that, this was what I'm saying, part of the task force recommendation, I thought, was to require the landowner to also provide data and information observations. We do that now. Landowners they work with us on this. Potentially pictures, data, observations, that kind of stuff. That's the question that Craig's on right now, not the ranch employee question, correct?
Correct. I guess, Mr. President, just to try to make it clear, my question for the commission to consider is, is the commission comfortable if the department takes recommendation 4 and 5, which dealt with eligibility and evaluating use days on a 5-year period, within 5 years for both of those topics? I believe the department can address that internally. Is the commission okay with that, or would you prefer we develop that through rulemaking process?
Any thoughts? I have thoughts.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think I'm willing to hear what the department can do internally than changing regulation on that, because I think a lot of that is already taking place, and that they can either expand or talk about putting some more of that burden on the landowner. I think internally is better if you can do it.
I agree. Those are my thoughts. Do that internally. Don't put that in regulation, minimum AUMs, and that's just, you guys handle that internally. I agree with you.
I agree with that too.
Anyone else?
I think
Okay.
the direction's clear there. Thank you.
As part of the application, and Director, you will know the answer to this. Do they swear to it? Or is it just a simple signature? Because something, so that if someone comes in and lies and submits false documents or something like that, and we discover it, we have no remedy.
Mhm.
Yeah, they do it in 2 ways. They do it, they put the description of their land.
Mhm.
And they also, only in the case of residents, they also swear they're a resident. So they are swearing, it's electronic, but they are swearing that the information they're providing is true and accurate.
And your relationship to the landowner,
Correct.
father or brother, son, something. Yeah, you do swear to that. And I agree with you. I envision the new landowner application to have a description, legal description, and a couple check boxes on requirements that we're going to institute, and you sign to it and put that onus back on the landowner.
The one thing we should not do, though, is require the landowner to swear that they have 2,000 elk use days. They put the application
agree.
in, and then there's work between the landowner and the department
I agree.
to determine that, because they may not know, and you don't want them to swear to something they can't
I agree.
completely verify. I don't think that's.
That's
the
why I
right thing to
don't
do.
want that mentioned in regulation. Let you guys handle that internally. Yep.
Very good. I think that's all we needed to be.
We just
addressed
heard
at
from
this
one
point.
commissioner on the employee thing, or two now, I guess. So we need to know where the commission's at on, should we take out for public comment a proposed regulation that would allow a long-term ranch employee to qualify for one of the two landowner licenses for each species?
IT, do we have Ashley online, or she's excused herself? Commissioner Bell, a backstory on this?
Well, we had a lot, thank you, Mr. President. We had a lot of conversation about this and ultimately didn't come forward with that to be a recommendation for, I mean, really putting a lot of more ambiguity on what a long-term employee is and qualifying more people, not less, to be landowner, to get a landowner tag. I think that's really where it fell into. I mean, I think stock growers, well, that Jim Magagna brought this from stock growers and thought this would be a good thing. And I don't think it's I don't think it's a bad thing, but I think what it does is it's just going to add to the landowner pool, and it's going to put more onus on the department employees to find out what is a long-term employee. Do we have to get employment records? Then do we have to, I mean, what is the intent of a long-term employee? Is it the one that works, day to day on the ranch, or is it somebody that's the attorney or the accountant that's working that's been their employee for a long time? And I just think that's where it died. Just didn't get enough support to move forward. And so I would stand by that recommendation that we just don't move it forward. That I'm with Commissioner Roberts on this one.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Jolovich, because I remember your name now.
Very good. I have a problem with an employee deal. If the rancher goes broke, the employee, it makes no difference to the employee. The rancher, farmer, whatever, has the entire investment. The employee's got nothing to do with that. You get the licenses for the guy that's given all this habitat and everything, and the employee's got nothing to do with that. He doesn't have an investment. He doesn't, there's no, he's got nothing to do with it other than he just works there. I can't see why it would be something that we would give to an employee. I don't get it.
Yep. Director.
So Jim hates it when I speak on his behalf, and so I'm going to take some enjoyment in speaking on his behalf. I'm going to try to paraphrase what Jim talked about when he brought this forward. He would be here today, but he's at the legislative meeting that Commissioner Roberts and you and I were at. It went through late yesterday. So, the extreme example that he talked about is, and I'm thinking of a rancher that you and I both know, where the family has run a corporate ranch since 1953, and the corporate owners don't live here. All the work, all the day-to-day operations, all the interactions with the department, all the work to provide wildlife habitat on the ranch is done by this long-term ranching family that just because they don't own it, they're actually the ones doing all the work. And that's kind of the example. That's what Jim's thoughts were. It wasn't the accountant for the corporation or the lawyer for the corporation. It was the people out on the ground doing all the day-to-day work.
And I agree to that. And when I think of the concept, I think of those long-term physically invested employees, but I agree with Commissioner Bell. I don't know how to write that so that it's clean enough to eliminate lawyers and accountants.
Mr. President, I think if the intent of the commission is that we consider that and take something forward, we can work through it. Again, we're not finalizing anything today, but we're talking about intent of taking something forward for public comment and additional scrutiny or approval before the commission at an additional meeting in the future. So again, I guess if it is the commission's wish that we consider something like that, we can look at that and either bring something forward or not.
Like you have us, I think you have more no's than pros on this one. Commissioner Masterson?
I really think it'd be hard to establish the sideboards that would, we're just putting more regulation into regulation into regulation and it's gonna be hard to define that. I think it's gonna be a problem.
I think you should focus your efforts elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there anything else?
Yes, I do. But Commissioner Masterson, you go first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Scalability. Any appetite for that? Difference between someone who owns 30,000 acres gets 2 licenses, someone who owns 160. And I'm curious about Commissioner Bell's thoughts, but I just wanted to ask the question.
I hear a lot of that, so I'd like to work that a little bit too. I think, Craig, your graph with the blue bars, can we go back to that graph and digest that a little bit?
Wayne's getting dialed up.
Commissioner Bell, what was the task force backstory on scalability?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know the director will correct me here when don't get it all right, but we put a lot of this out for comment and we even talked about cow or doe tags, in addition and those kind of things, because ultimately management is not going to happen with the type 1 licenses. That's something that we continue to forget to talk about, but the management of these over objective areas is really going to happen by shooting the female of the species. And so, but it's just, it didn't get favorable public comment and it wasn't even close. And I would tell you that we did have that. We had some scalability of, I can't remember offhand, but let's just say, under 1,000 acres, 2 tags, and up to 5,000 acres, 4 tags, and up to 10,000 acres. I mean, it was a scale up and it just did not get enough. I mean, here we are. You got to remember, we're looking at how back to the intent of the law, to have people that are providing habitat and giving them some licenses as a thank you, basically for providing habitat. But now seeing where we are in reality with more and more people moving in and more of these landowner licenses, this trajectory of landowner licenses continuing to grow, really looking at how to limit that. And so this went the other way and it just didn't get favorable public comment at all. I mean, it was very much, I think there's some large landowners that would be okay with this. I think Carson would vouch for that, but they're certainly in a minority, even in this chart. And so I think that's where you probably see some of that. And Director, you can help me with this too, but that's kind of where the task force, I don't even think this came up actually to vote on it. It fell in it kind of fell into that same realm as transferable landowner tags. It just didn't have support.
Failed for the lack of emotion. But the only 2 things I'd add is, first of all, I don't think this works very well unless the minimum acreage size is increased. I think if the minimum acreage size was increased, again, there's a lot of comment against that. And you did the scalability, the overall number of landowner licenses would still decrease. If that left 2 bars, if those were eliminated because the minimum acreage size was 640 or 1,000, and you did scalability for the large ranches, you would still have a net decrease in the number of landowner licenses. The only other thing I would add is part of the proposal was actually in this scalability was that you qualified for increased numbers of licenses beyond 2 with an acreage requirement and then also an allowance for public access of a certain percentage of your ranch also. So there was an access component to the very first proposal, and even that didn't have a lot of favorable public comment. So
I don't want to encumber that, but I'm representing people. Their thoughts are less than 1,000 acres, less than 640, 1 landowner tag, up to 5,000 acres, 2, over that, 3. did the task force work? And how disenfranchised would the 160 acre guys be? I just don't have that in my area. So I don't know that.
I don't know that we actually broke it down, Mr. President. I don't know that we actually broke it down like that. The other thing that we didn't break it down to is do you want to have that conversation with a cap or without? And that, I think that makes a big difference. I mean, I really do. I think it makes a difference on how many landowner licenses you're going to give, but if there's a cap, does that really, you're going to get to that cap eventually. You know, if we continue to add residents and add landowners, you're going to get to there anyway. I don't think you're going to have, I just think that you're going to have the comment. I mean, I just know how the comment's going to go.
Yeah.
But
The
we did-
landowners that contacted me are family run operations. They're eligible. They get their 2 landowner tags. They've got 3 sons and a daughter. They all love to hunt. And it's to include those next generation ranchers at an equitable way to sustain those families. I don't consider those other corporate things in that, and I don't know if it's relevant.
I would tell you that from the sportsman's perspective, and they'll certainly let me know when I'm wrong, that they will not be sympathetic to the landowners that get those licenses every year.
Yeah, for sure. Sure. There's a duck going off over here. All right, Craig, what else?
I guess my question is, we're not moving forward on scalability and we're good with that. Is that correct?
I'm afraid so. I'm
Okay.
afraid I'm in the minority on that.
Very
one.
good. I'm not tracking anything else on this topic.
Oh, I have one more thing after Commissioner Masterson again.
Acreage minimum? No, don't touch that.
I'd sure like to see it, but that's not what the public comment says.
Yeah,
So
and it doesn't, I mean, it could be 320, you know, something that.
I think what you're going to hear also from those landowners that have irrigated properties that are smaller than 320, in between 160 and 320, that they produce more animals and provide for more animals than your 5,000 acre pasture, you know. And so, you know, we did hear from a lot of those folks, and so moving that acreage was just not. I wish we would have tracked one thing through the task force. I wish we would have tracked our actual hours spent on especially this, because with 18 people and the hours spent on this, and then we had a subcommittee that we met multiple times, how many hours we talked about this and how much public comment we got. And that actually is all out there, at least in the final report, the public comment, but it'd take you a long time to read through it all. It's significant, thousands and thousands of comments. But that's really where that fell down on that, is that we just decided not to. It was better to decide animal use days. That means you're actually counting not just your acreage, you know, but how many animals you're providing for.
And a lot of the opposition was actually smaller landowners from your district. A lot of it. You may hear about it after this meeting.
I have one last question, and I think I've learned the answer, but I need to confirm with you because you'll know. Landowner coupon fees, $17. That's a statute. Or is that in regulation that we pay 17, a carcass
The
coupon?
carcass coupon
Yeah.
is $16.
No wonder my math.
I don't recall if the fee is listed in statute, but I can tell you, yeah, I don't remember, but that's been the fee for quite some time.
How do we increase that?
I guess it depends if it's in statute, Mr. President, or if it's in regulation. But either way, it would take just a rule change.
Yeah, basically, if the commission was to give us direction to look at that, we would go, and regardless of whether it was a regulation, I think it's regulation, and I think I'm almost sure it is. But anyway, if it was the commission's desire and it is statute, we would go and pursue a sponsor on behalf of the commission and try to advance it through the legislature. I will tell you that the benchmark we did make in the past, I believe, was commensurate with the having that fee be the same as what the cheapest license would be. So a youth elk license as an example. So that you're not refunding more than the license cost. In other words, if the license costs $14 and you're paying a landowner coupon fee of 16, you have a net loss of $2.
Gotcha.
But if it's the commission's desire, we can sure look into it. We could even not even propose a change, but come back to you with some history and an informational presentation on the whole issue. If that's your desire, that's not a problem.
Well, if I have commission support, I would like the department to investigate that. And also look at what that would do fiscally, fiscal costs. And I'd also like the department to look into the number of landowner moose coupons. There aren't any, and there's more and more moose in southeast Wyoming on private land. And they ask me why that's not included, and I ask around the department and they just say, because we just don't. And I don't know if that's a good enough answer to our landowners providing habitat for moose. So I would like to look at an increase on coupon fees and including moose landowner carcass coupons.
Understood.
Anything else? Fantastic. We are way behind schedule, but we're going to keep on schedule in the fact that we're going to take a little break right now at 10:30. 5-minute break. All right, welcome back. We're moving on to agenda item 15. Craig Smith is going to present some proposed changes to chapter 2. I do have some public comment sheets on this, so at the end of your presentation and commission questions, please remind me to check my blue sheets. So my commissioners coming. Mr. Smith, you may start when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've got again, another PowerPoint, hopefully a pretty painless one. We'll get up here shortly, but this is draft chapter 2 changes to the general hunting regulations. And a couple of things that have come out through this rulemaking process. And just to begin with, we took chapter 2 out after the legislature passed House Bill 104 during this past legislative session. And that legislation is on the screen now. But basically what that did was made a few changes in the current statute under 23.3.306, and specifically as it relates to the hunting of predatory animals at night with artificial light on state or public land. So you can see that some of those changes in the statute are on the board now. But basically, it's always been unlawful for anyone to hunt wildlife with the aid of or by using artificial light or any lighting device at night, except as provided. And so what this legislation did was provided basically an exception to that prohibition that would allow folks to hunt on public land at night, subject to rules that are developed by the commission. And that language was inserted during the legislative session and the discussion of the bill to give the commission the authority to specifically set dates, limits, zones, and any other restrictions or allowances that the commission desires. The first change to section 2 in commission regulations was just we struck the definition of aircraft. Interestingly enough, the definition of aircraft was not in statute, and that has also been changed recently. And so we have no need to define what aircraft is in commission regulation. So we have removed that definition from the reg. I don't think there'll be much comment on that, but we'll get into the meat of some other changes here. So under chapter 2 in section 21, these are all brand new in accordance with the directive from the legislature to develop this allowance and these rules. So hunting of predatory animals on public or state land is in accordance with Wyoming statute 23.3.306. And it's underneath the section of allowing hunting predatory animals with artificial light or lighting devices thermal or infrared imaging or any other light imaging at night. And one thing that I've noticed in the discussion on this through public comment and other opportunities to discuss the merits of this is that a lot of folks are losing a little bit of sight on the allowance of artificial light in general and are focusing more on the technology and just thermal use. But this does include the use of a handheld spotlight or any artificial light to hunt on public land. So I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that it includes all of those different mechanisms. Subsection B in the proposed reg says that any person hunting predatory animals on public or state land with an artificial light or lighting device, thermal, IR, or other device shall display an activated infrared strobe beacon on their person visible from at least 100 yards in every direction. If the predator hunter is enclosed inside a vehicle, an activated IR strobe beacon shall be displayed on the exterior roof of the vehicle so as to be visible for at least 100 yards around the vehicle. In our testimony and discussion throughout the legislative session on the development of the bill, safety was a big concern. And we had input from many people and ultimately arrived on this as being one opportunity to provide a little bit of safety for folks that might be out hunting at night on the public land. It is important to understand that, an IR beacon is not going to be visible with all mechanisms that are legal. So it depends on what type of light you're using. You may or may not be able to see that beacon, but we thought that this was a reasonable effort to try to provide some safety measures for folks that might be out on public land at night. In addition, subsection C, hunting of predatory animals at night with artificial light or lighting devices shall be closed on public or state land from September 1st through December 31st on an annual basis. And again, during our testimony and discussion on the bill through the legislative session, we also brought up concerns of safety, not only to humans, but we want to be able to protect some of our wildlife at vulnerable times during their annual life cycle. So some of those times are incorporated in these closures. And, if you think of a rutting bull elk or a rutting mule deer in late November, December, and animals that are vulnerable on their winter range during those timeframes, we thought it was prudent that we provide some sort of protection during those fall hunting seasons for the safety of those animals, and that we try to prohibit anybody being tempted to utilize this technology at night on public land. There's some other ancillary things that may come from this, including, the last thing you want to do is have a coveted license and where some animals are, and someone goes out in October 5th and goes out at night and tries to hunt predators and blows those animals out of there. There was concerns brought up by that from a lot of stakeholders as well. So we've tried to just make as minimal changes to the reg in accordance with what the statute directed us to do, keeping in mind human safety, protection of animals during vulnerable times. And so that's where we've landed on this recommendation.
Any questions from the commission?
I've got just a few other slides real quick, Mr. President. Let me see where we're at here. There has been I'll just bring up some confusion and some questions that we've received since this rule's been out for comment. You'll note that in the statute, it was labeled as effective July 1st of 2023, but it also directed the department to promulgate the rules necessary to meet that intent. So while the law was effective on July 1st, we couldn't promulgate rules until after July 1st. And that's why we're at the point that we are now with getting these rules out there. So as a reminder, if the commission approves this and if it's signed by the governor, it basically will come in effect during the closure that we've proposed. I just want to make sure that was clear. We did have public comments. I'll just go over the comments received real quick. It was open from June 14th to August 4th. We received 41 total comments provided. You'll note that 33 of those comments were opposed to hunting predators at night on public land at all. it's pretty skewed that direction. However, this is a legislative mandate that we will do this. And so we cannot consider those comments as being opposed to affect the regulation as we have it. This is a legislative mandate. And then we had two comments that were opposed to any closure or a couple of that they wanted to modify the closure dates in some manner. So that's the extent of the total comments that we received officially through our open period. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Ladwig.
My question entails the closure. There's still hunting seasons that go on into January in some areas that have public land.
Mr. President and Commissioner Ladwig, you're correct. We have seasons that start prior to September 1st and end after
Right, that's
December
true.
31st.
So how was that determination made to allow hunting, no hunting, and then allow hunting during the hunting season?
Well, we felt like this time frame. And to back up a little bit, at some point during the legislative session, there was some amendments that were made to the bill that would have actually had a longer closure. Those weren't very popular through the legislative process. It would have closed August 1st and then opened back up again on February 1st. So it would have instituted a longer closure. But we felt like this time frame from September 1 through the end of the year encompasses, like I mentioned earlier, vulnerability, rutting animals, winter range, transition, all of that stuff. Obviously, if we wanted to go longer, it might encompass more animals that are on the crucial winter range during later in the winter. But we felt like this was a reasonable attempt to make that protection during the most critical time and still allow the intent of the law to have folks out there available to hunt predators at night during the rest of the year.
Okay, no more questions. So let's go to public comment, invite them in on the discussion. My first one is John, Sheridan County Predator Board. Sheridan County.
Morning, Mr. President, Director, Chairman. Little bit about me, John Oskey from Claremont. I'm on the Sheridan County Predator Board. I'm on the State Predator Animal Advisory Board. Also a big predator hunter, big game hunter, outfitter, fisherman, sportsman, the whole thing. I didn't see it when you was going through and it came out on public. It was brought to me afterwards, but my biggest concern is the counties, as director knows, you guys have donated a lot of money to the state predator boards, and we got a lot of county boards and a lot of the government, wildlife service guys. We've all invested in thermals to make, to protect wildlife and our livestock, our producers. We're talking a lot of money there, and we're doing you guys favors and our livestock producers favors too. And to put infrared, some kind of a beacon on us and to put a timeline, that's what my biggest deal is. We got to keep our guys that, like our lamb producers, cattle producers, that our lambs are getting hit really hard from now till, November. We got to be able to let them government and our county guys be out there at night hunting these guys. So September, I'd like to see an exemption of those guys. Our county trappers and our, wildlife service guys that are using thermals, night vision. That's my biggest concern for here today. I don't know who the people that have actually passed this, if they actually have looked through thermals. Don't really need a beacon on if you got a thermal. You can see just like you can see right now today. Night vision, same thing. Spotlight. Don't need a beacon on to see some of the spotlight. You can see towers for hundreds of miles out in the sky. You can see that. So don't quite understand why we need a beacon on. To be honest, I don't quite understand. This is safety wise. I don't understand it. I don't see why putting a beacon on somebody that you can't even, like Craig said earlier, you might not even see it through a thermal. So what good's that going to do for safety anyway? So something that don't make any sense to a guy like myself. And I can see the poaching deal. I totally understand mule deer and antelope numbers are plummeting in certain areas. Like we have no mule deer hardly. They're coming back. Glad to see it, but how many actually poachers do we have on public and state land that are we actually going to stop? How many on a yearly basis do we get because of the night hunting? I don't know that. I'd like to know if anybody has an answer for that. I feel like there's a lot of really good predator hunters out there that are controlling the wildlife. You know, our birds are, there's hardly any sage grouse, and I feel like we're really doing them some good. You know, water boards are, NRCS are getting on and helping us fund us to protect these Lexus, but this thermal is a huge tool for us, and to take that away in a certain time of the year that really is helpful, that's just hard for me to understand. So that's just my question, my public. Any questions for me?
Any questions for John Masterson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the department comment on that? Just to help me understand, you know, in light of that comment, why that was put in?
Yes, please.
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, thank you. Yeah, I actually meant to mention that there was some additional concern after our public comment period. Exactly what Mr. Oskey represented there is concern that that Public Predator Board and APHIS predator managers that do this for a living are now impacted by this. And I would just, I guess, refer folks to the statute under 23.3.306B and little I. I don't have it on the screen, and I apologize for that. But as I mentioned, though, there's always been, it's always been unlawful to take wildlife at night with artificial light, except for public officers who are authorized to conduct predator control while they are conducting predator control. And there's no limitation on public or private land for those folks. So the statute circumvents what we have in regulation. So public officers that are conducting predator control are still allowed by statute and are still exempted from that to utilize infrared, thermal, et cetera, during that closure timeframe. It's the other folks that aren't specifically exempted. So in the statute, what they effectively did was added an additional exemption to hunting at night with or taking wildlife at night with artificial light, and allowed people hunting on state or public land to only take predatory animals at night. And I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Masterson.
Mr. President, I think it does. Can you give me the statutory side again?
23.3.306, subsection B, Romanet I.
And do they ever define public I mean, the predator board people would be considered a public officer.
Mr. President, Commissioner Masterson, I would consider them that. I'm not aware of a definition for that particular thing. I would also consider a department game warden who was conducting authorized activities at night, putting down crippled animals, et cetera, and had to use artificial light for whatever reason to be a public officer while they're conducting those lawful duties. Obviously, it would not extend to a predator board person who conducts those activities on their personal time, but while they are conducting official government activities, then they are exempt from that.
Thank you. That's
You're welcome.
very helpful. I don't know if that assuages the concern of.
Well, so if that other statute protects those public officers, then the strobe light wouldn't apply. Those public officers wouldn't have to now start using the strobe light in their duties. They could continue their peace officer, their public service without that restriction as well.
That's the way I've interpreted what we've done through regulation versus what is in statute.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to be corrected.
And that's the beacon, correct, sir?
Yeah, right.
The beacon,
Right, the beacon.
what you're talking about. Okay.
So, John, does that help with your concerns?
Mr. President, Chairman, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Totally. Really want to save. We got our local guy here too, just to help support it, just to let you know he come in. But yeah, that's huge to protect these guys if we can.
Yeah, we
obviously I'd
should've
love
wanna
to get the public guys protected too, because I don't want to invest in a beacon but
Right.
it is what it is.
We don't want to restrict you from the work you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think you can continue doing what you do, and I don't think this will affect the public predator hunter. Okay,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Also have a comment from Nephi Cole. Mr. Cole.
Mr. President, members of the committee, I have a letter. I have 7 copies of it. Can I provide it to the commission?
Please. Yes, sir. You're multitasking. Unplug it, Rusty. Unplug it. Oh, Ashley's Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Nephi Cole. I'm the Director of Government Relations and State Affairs for the National Shooting Sports Foundation, which is the Firearms Trade Association of America. We are extremely proud of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and to be partners with you in funding. As you probably know, my members are the guys that sign the checks for Pittman Robertson. And if there was a way for us to take that money from the Treasury and make sure it goes to states that we like Wyoming, instead of that $1 billion being spread around every place, we certainly would rather have it go to your guys. Your staff is absolutely the best state agency staff in this entire state. And I've worked, of course, for the former governor, and I work with government all across the nation. And I just want to take a quick moment and compliment specifically your wardens. Your wardens are absolutely amazing. They routinely go above and beyond what they need to and what they are required to do. And I want to preface this by saying that sometimes that's a good thing. And sometimes we can make their jobs easier by not giving them that lane to go above and beyond what they're required by statute to do, because they already have a huge job. In 2022, I began working with Representative Haraldson on House Bill 104, and that was after passing a similar bill in the state of South Dakota, which allows for the use of thermal and night vision as well as white light to hunt predators on public lands in South Dakota. That's actually the norm throughout most of the nation, and most of the states around Wyoming have few restrictions on the use of thermals and night vision to hunt predators on public lands, including, and there are no restrictions that I'm aware of by date in the neighboring states, although I'm sure the game and fish guys are going to know the ones that do exist. House Bill 104 was centered on the idea of expanding an existing exception to the prohibition that exists on the use of artificial light for the take of wildlife. So of course you can't use artificial light, thermal or night vision to take wildlife. That's absolutely appropriate. But that statute also says it says, except as otherwise provided, and state law then allows that predatory animals may be taken with the aid of artificial light or lighting device on private lands with permission, as well as by authorized public officers, and that's anywhere and at any time. The intent of House Bill 104 was to create parity in the ability to take predators on private lands and public lands. It is essentially putting public lands in the exact same spot as private lands. So for example, if I had a ranch along the I-80 corridor, in that ranch, I had interspersed private, state, and BLM. If I'm a landowner right now, I see a coyote at night, I can stop and I can shoot that coyote if he's on my place. Or if I have permissions, I can shoot him if he's on my place. I cannot if he's on leased ground. That would be a violation of state law right now. I cannot if he's on BLM. That would be a violation of state law. Again, it was prior to this bill's passage. As introduced, HB 104's new exception allowed the use of artificial and thermal light and night vision for predators on public lands. When we proposed this, the department had some concerns. And they approached the sponsor with those concerns because initially this bill did not have any rulemaking authorities for the department. It just simply created that parity. The department came forward and said, hey, look, we have a concern with sensitive areas and species at certain times of year. And the example was mule deer rut in Pinedale. What do we do there? 2 amendments were proposed to this bill, 2 substantive amendments in the entire legislative process. The first of those substantive amendments was to say, here's what we should do. We're going to have a blanket ban on the state for a majority of for the entire big game season. It was August 1st to January 1st. That amendment was considered hostile by the sponsor. That amendment was voted against resoundingly by the members of the legislature in that committee. The second amendment was considered friendly. And that amendment was after listening to the department, who said, look, we got to have the tools of saying, okay, you can be trusted with the tools. You get our intent. What we're going to do then is give you the rulemaking authority to address these targeted areas. And that's why the language is very specific about seasons, areas. Those things are all in there. The idea was that it was to allow you guys the authorities if they were needed. That is the right thing to do. This commission should have the tools if it needs the tools. That is absolutely the right thing to do. That friendly amendment was passed. Our concern is that the draft rule that you have in front of you is a near mirror of the hostile amendment that was defeated by the legislature. It is a blanket ban on the entire state for a large portion of the year and a season when people might be out otherwise lawfully taking predators. I think it's important to note that we had suggested, and I know that SCI also suggested, an alternative methodology, which would have been something like a ban in areas where, for example, you had a type 1 season running in that area during that season. But otherwise, so basically targeting the approach. If you are, legitimately, you have hunters out there who are going after something, a big animal with horns, again, the poaching concern. Well, if that's the case, then during that period of time in that area where the hunt is open, this would apply. We think that that's entirely different. We think that's a targeted approach. That is not the blanket approach that was rejected by the legislature. Current statute, as well as Chapter 2 pre-amendment, prohibits the use of artificial light, thermal, and night vision technology in taking big game, trophy game, and bison on all lands. That is right. That doesn't change. It never changed. Conversely, it is legal for an individual to possess and use thermal and night vision on any lands at any time. So if I'm out in my truck, which most of the game wardens have now seen, and I have rifles with me and thermal and night vision, I can drive around the state at any time with all of that in the truck. That's totally legal. Where do I cross the line? It's when I take an animal with the use of that inappropriately, which of course is against the law. Under the new draft, this proposed draft in Chapter 2, the only person that's affected differently by this than existing law is if someone were to otherwise seek to lawfully take a predator on public lands. So the only person that can be ticketed now that wouldn't have been ticketed before is a guy who sees a predator on September 2nd on public lands with his thermal or light or whatever, and then decides to shoot that animal. Everything else was already on the table. Everybody you were going to ticket, we were going to prosecute before, it remains unchanged. The draft as constituted has a single net effect of penalizing those individuals who would otherwise lawfully take a predator. Use and take of specified game remains illegal before and after. Possession remains legal of the technology before and after. Initially, my comments in the draft, as well as those of SCI and others, suggested that the limitations on tools and methods of take should apply again to the specific hunting seasons and areas where individuals could be using those. The idea is was reinforcing fair chase. Let's reinforce this principle of fair chase, which you've heard members of the department talk about today. This draft misses that mark. It launches the arrow past the target. Given that, there's an avenue that is clearly appropriate and should be considered. The commission need not regulate simply for the sake of regulation. The commission can avoid the unintended consequence by not adopting this draft whole cloth. The commission should consider striking Chapter 2, Section 21, B and C draft, and not accepting the same. The commission will then retain the authority to enact targeted prohibitions as indicated in the statute if and when necessary. In terms of the department's day-to-day job and priority wildlife resources, the status quo then remains unchanged. It remains illegal to use light, thermal, and night vision to take big game, trophy game, and bison. The department then will not be responsible, as they would be if you pass this, for managing predator control. This approach reinforces that providing the authority was the appropriate thing to do, while also signaling to the legislature that the department has acted with thoughtful restraint. Thank you for considering that alternative.
Questions? There should be some.
I
Go
can
ahead,
start.
Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize to everyone for being just a hair late. Nephi, thank you for that. So you would be open to, having we're saying that the SCI and the recommendation during, say, type 1 or type 2 or type 3 seasons. I mean, we have different, what we're considering, what you would consider a trophy, something with horns or antlers. You'd be open to having that limitation when those seasons are open statewide.
Mr. President, Commissioner Bell, we actually suggested it.
Okay.
So the idea was if our goal here is protection of that resource, it's okay, well, what if, we heard it mentioned today, what if somebody gets tempted while they're out there and they decide, even though they weren't a poacher before, because they've got thermal and night vision, they're going to poach a big bull elk. Well, we understand that concern. And so from our perspective, to reinforce again, this is about fair chase. I think that's what that's getting at, is we all believe that you shouldn't have thermal and night vision out at night. You shouldn't be out spotlighting, looking for a big buck in the middle of the night during those seasons. We totally support that. We came up with the idea. That said, that's not the entire state for a third of the year. That is a targeted approach. That is the approach that we believe the legislature intended when they provided the commission with the rulemaking authority and rejected, as they did, the blanket statewide ban approach.
I appreciate that, Mr. President.
I got a thing for a second too, because it sounds logical.
My question probably is more for Craig and the enforcement on it, and what that impact is. And maybe there's, I think that can be written in there. I'm curious about what your thoughts on that would be and enforcement of that. And what the blanket approach was really almost all big game seasons. And now we're basically saying that we're okay if it's just where we really get our management. I'm thinking in elk in general, we're trying to shoot cows, you know, almost year round, it seems like now. But it's okay to do this, but it's not okay to do this. I don't want to put department folks in a weird spot, and I'm curious about that impact.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, excuse me. Yeah, great question, and one that I failed to mention earlier in our discussions while the bill was being worked, and our testimony also involved the enforcement workload for our folks. As Mr. Cole has mentioned, you know, there's always been a prohibition on hunting at night, or taking wildlife with artificial light. By making that a legal method to be out there, we're certain that we will have an increased workload immediately with people being out. And again, we focus on thermal and IR because that's the cool, neat stuff, but it also includes handheld spotlights or any kind of an artificial lighting device. And so we're confident and certain that there will be an increased workload throughout the time frame of people being out on public land utilizing artificial light, whether they have any bad intent or not. But it will be our priority and our duty to respond and investigate some of those things to ensure that nothing more than predatory animals might be taken. So there is an increased workload associated with the use of artificial light at night, regardless of the intent of the species to be taken. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I appreciate that, and I hate to just get into situational things, but I've heard from a lot of sportsmen in the last week or so, and tried to reach out to our predator control folks, and of course John and Kevin Geis when here in Campbell County, and actually Carson, who left, he's in Weston County, and so ask them about that, and I think that the concern I've heard from sportsmen is much different than it is from the predator control people. I think the predator control people have the authority to do what they need to do whenever they need to do it. I really truly believe that. I think we're good there. But the sportsmen, if you ask them, and I'm curious to hear what Nephi would say on this, because this kind of goes back to just having a conversation about this, as the sportsmen, when they're hunting public land, they're perfectly fine if somebody's on thermal on private land and spotlighted on private land at night. They're going to push those animals on to public land. But now you have people potentially maybe doing that on public land and pushing those off of public land. They're worried about that. I mean, they're legitimately concerned about that. And of course, in Campbell County, we only have 15% public land, and a lot of that's landlocked. So it's not as much of an issue as it is going to be in western and southern Wyoming. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, and how do we answer those questions to the sportsmen?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, valid questions. And I think that there is a lot of concern with thermal and night vision because it's like a suppressor. People they haven't seen it before. So suppressors 10 years ago, there were a lot of the same concerns that exist with thermal, night vision, and these technologies existed with suppressors. And what I can tell you is that in other states, there's a stat that I provided to the department half a year ago regarding other states such as Pennsylvania that have allowed the use of these technologies during these time periods for these purposes. On their effect on poaching, and it was negligible. So they had not seen an uptick based on legalizing the use of these technologies. Now, that doesn't necessarily address, I think, what is like a larger concern for us when we try to dive into it. I'm a sportsman. My sportsman's concern is this. When those people are out there in the field, are we really concerned about sportsmen becoming poachers? Well, that's illegal now. And so if you were concerned about somebody suddenly owning a thermal and that turns them into a poacher, well, it's irrelevant what rule we're going to pass here. If they were going to poach, they're going to poach today. Nothing that we do here today is going to affect anybody except the man who lawfully wanted to shoot a coyote on public lands. The outlaw was going to do it anyway. That said, I don't believe this rule, as you have proposed it in Chapter 2, adequately addresses what to us is actually a bigger concern, which is I can still carry thermal. I can carry it no matter what season it is. with an elk tag in my pocket. Now, if I use it to take game, okay, you've got me. But we're not reinforcing what we think the ethic should actually be, which is why we suggested that it should be a prohibition on, like, you should just make sure hunters aren't carrying this into the field during their season. That's what we're really after, we think, in terms of what you're trying to do. Is it's a rifle, it's Area 7. I have an Area 7 tag in my pocket. I shouldn't be in possession of a thermal. It doesn't matter whether I've got the gun with me. It doesn't matter whether I'm driving around. If I have that tag burning a hole in my pocket, I shouldn't be out driving around in the middle of the night with a thermal. Why? Anybody that's used one knows why. But I can still do that. Chapter 2 didn't address that. All it did was create an opportunity to ticket a guy who shoots a raccoon. So, you know, our take on this is that we think that we think it's appropriate that you have the permissions. We think we need to emphasize fair chase, ethics. All those things are so important for us. I don't believe that the draft of Chapter 2 does that. What it clearly does, though, is I'm concerned that I'm going to be in front of the legislature again in January and February when they are upset that their intent, in good faith. I know, having spoken to the sponsor of the bill, who's online right now, that in good faith, they provided this opportunity to craft targeted solutions because we all believe the same things about fair chase and ethics. The Wardens Association wanted the bill dead. The hostile amendment was brought with that light to try and, tighten this down and not allow it. So if now the rule becomes essentially what the hostile amendment was, what does the legislature decide to do with that authority that it granted the commission to target appropriately restrictions? I'm certain that we could see a bill to strip that rulemaking authority from the commission, and I don't believe that that's the right thing to do.
Any other questions?
Mr. President, I just kind of clarify to me how you come up with hostile and good faith. Who determines what's hostile? Who determines what's hostile and who determines what's not hostile?
President, Commissioner Roberts, the sponsor of the bill, when that amendment was brought, so I would say the sponsors of the bill would consider, if I bring an amendment that the sponsors themselves are opposed to, both testifying against it and working against it, I would consider that a hostile amendment. Whereas the secondary amendment, as the department can testify and knows, the sponsor of the bill worked with, read through, and agreed to, and supported that second amendment, the amendment to give the rulemaking authority to the commission. So that's where I say hostile and not and friendly. That's where I make that assessment. I was in the room when those discussions were occurring.
Commissioner Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So I just want clarification right now, and I'm going to discount IR. I'm going to talk about artificial light on public land. Right now, is it legal? It's not legal to go out and spotlight on public land, period, right?
That's correct. There's a prohibition on, well, two things. There's a prohibition to take any wildlife with use of artificial light, other than the exceptions that occurred prior to this. And then to spotlight on public land is still in the statute. For instance, if you are utilizing artificial light and have a weapon that allows you to take an animal, it's still in statute that is unlawful. So for me, when I read the statute and understand it, there are exceptions to all of that. Is that answering your question?
It does answer my question, and I go back to like I said, I hate to just play, and this is probably another question for Mr. Cole, but when we talk about, and I'm trying to answer this question for hunters that are hunting in public land. Let's just say you're camped out on public land, and now it's okay. I'm hunting deer and elk and antelope during the day, whether it's a doe or a buck or anything. That's just, but at night, I can go out now and I can spotlight for coyotes and it's fun, right? I've done it. It's not on public land. But you know, I've IR hunted for hogs, you know, I mean, it's pretty cool. But what does that do to the pressure, not only on the animals in that area, but the pressure to the other hunters that are hunting that area? And so it goes back to the fact that I'm open to that type 1, kind of that general type 1 areas, but we're also doing, you know, we're also then saying it's okay to do it when we're shooting does and cows, but it's not okay when we're shooting bucks and bulls. And so I'm curious. Anyway, we can go to the pressure part first on the artificial light. I think that there's more stealth involved in the IR. There, you're not, you know, you're maybe driving around in the dark or walking around in the dark. However, when you're driving around, walking around with artificial light and you're scanning everything and you're looking at everything, you can put some pressure on some areas that might not normally see that during what we would consider a rest time for the animals. And I know that we're going to go back and maybe disagree of that. You know what? I'm just hunting coyotes. I'm not hunting elk. I'm not hunting deer. I'm not doing that. But there is an impact to that. And I'm curious about that.
Mr. President, members of the commission, I think you're totally right. The thing I'd say, honestly, when you look at the original statute that prohibits and how it gives the department a lot of leeway in terms of what they award, you know, we all are in violation of the law today, potentially. So when you're going elk hunting, I can tell you right now, you've probably got a light big enough to spotlight, and you've probably got a gun at night, and you're probably hiking in the dark. And so it's going to come down to, and it probably should, to what a warden sees and what the intent is. And then, you know, you have to allow that to be there. And again, we wouldn't discount that. I think the pressure piece, we'd have to say we don't know, but I would have to say specifically, especially with thermal night vision, it's negligible. And so on the other side with the ambient light, the other thing I would say is the sponsor really wanted artificial light included in this bill. The first draft of this bill, the first suggestion pre-session was that white light not be included, that it just be thermal and night vision. So aware of those concerns, I understand it. Again, I've got a light with me here today. I think the take home would be that if I can carry that light around now, I can carry thermal and night vision around now. The offense where you're going to get me is, am I taking game with it? None of that's changed. Now, the only person now who we're going to be able to take it that we couldn't, coyote hunter on public lands.
Commissioner Masterson, I see your red light is on.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a question for Nephi. I thought I heard you say that the hostile amendment was killed in committee or on the floor?
Mr. President, members of the commission, yes, it was in committee. This bill actually sailed through. That was in the first committee hearing where it was proposed. And so the amendments actually started out, were divided. And so then you had the first amendment, which the sponsor did not support, which again was the blanket ban. And then the second one that was provided the rulemaking authority, which was supported, believing that the commission should have that ability and should have that role. And we continue to maintain that that is the case. Our concern is not with the rulemaking authority being there. It's that the legislative intent, we don't believe is being met. If we took what the legislature clearly rejected and you give the rulemaking authority, and now you decide by rulemaking authority, you're going to incorporate exactly what the legislature rejected. We're not sure that it clearly, the text of the statute gives you that authority. But just because it gives the authority, the question must be, should you exercise that? And that is up to the commission. We think that there's a more artful way to do this that actually works better, leaves opportunity open, and still accomplishes the goal. And I also recognize that we're going to have, there will be a difference of opinion with the wardens and the Warden Association, because they were opposed to this bill from the beginning. And I respect that. They are great men. They have a tough job. No one wants to make their job harder. We truly don't believe this does, but we understand that that's an opinion.
May I follow up, Mr. President? Nephi, your suggestion was to strike in the proposed rule, section 21, subsection B and C.
Mr. President, members of the commission, yes, that was not my intention coming into the meeting. We actually had meetings with the staff and suggested referencing the SCI comments, as well as our suggestion that we take a more targeted hunter-based approach. I became aware that there was no amendment made. There was no change made to the proposal post comments. The draft was not changed before it arrives at your desk today, where you have to make a decision on it. Given that, I question whether or not there's time to get the input from the department. And if you strike B and C, you're complying with the requirements of the legislature. If you leave A, you're doing your job. Everything remains status quo. The ability to, as I've explained, you can ticket the same people and go get the same people tomorrow as you could today. It leaves the commission the rulemaking authority, where if you identify, because here's part of the problem, there's a concern of like, well, this could happen, that could happen. Well, nobody knows. But the commission needs to have the flexibility and the ability to create rules and regulations if they do have a concern. If it goes back to the legislature and they strip the rulemaking authority, you lose that. We think you could punt on this essentially by striking B and C, leaving yourselves the authority and the ability to deal with this in a more comprehensive manner later. I believe that that is a workable approach at this time.
Mr. President, what I'm trying to reconcile is I hear your strong objection to the closure from September 1 to December 31st. Subsection B is purely about the strobe beacon. So I understand your very serious concerns with C. B seems to be rather benign to me.
Certainly. Commissioner Masterson and President Brokaw, members of the commission. If you're wondering where that idea came from the beacon, I'm sure all the red shirts behind me are pointing at me right now, because, certainly when you talk about how this stuff works, like we have the knowledge of how it works. And that beacon suggestion was one to, again, address a concern that Game and Fish had about having hunters in the field at the same time. Is how would you know somebody was out there predator hunting if you're a warden? And so the solution to that was, well, here's an idea. What if you put a beacon? What if they had to have a beacon? Then it's clearly a predator hunter versus somebody who's out there, hunting elk. And I guess at this point, the concern is, I don't know that we're far. I think that there's enough. I'm not sure that we're at a place where we need to pass a regulation now. This seems like that idea was kind of a let's try something. Given that, because of where the rule, the reg, the proposal, the draft is at today, I wonder if it's not a better idea to say, look, we retain the authorities, we're going to keep them, we have them, and we're going to figure this out, rather than passing regulation for the sake of passing regulation. So that's my thought on it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Commissioner Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to, on that note, I want to make sure if we don't pass anything right now and we say go back to the drawing board and I apologize, I was out a little bit. Is the state statute then effective this current hunting season right now? Or does nothing happen until Game and Fish passes regulation?
Go ahead, Craig.
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, yeah, we did touch on that briefly. Basically, the statute requires the Game and Fish to promulgate rules.
Okay.
And so until the rules
okay.
are promulgated, it's not in effect.
So Mr. President, I would like to see what this looks like And for right now, I would not strike B because it's a safety issue and we can continue to talk about that later, but I would like to see C, what that looks like statewide. And I know this is a lot of work for the rulemaking folks to go back and look at what that looks like statewide on all type 1, 2, 9 for all buck and bull areas and being closed during buck and bull areas, because it's actually going to be interesting to see this. Most of that will come back to say November 30th or late November. I don't know of a lot of buck and bull areas open in December, but it's going to stretch that now down into August, as a lot of antelope areas are open in August, you know, and so I'm curious what that looks like. I'd love to see that. And if it, you know, and get what the department thinks on that. And I mean, I'm open to that. I'm open to hearing what the rest of the department thinks.
Yeah, you bet. Commissioner Bell, I agree. Before we get down into that level of intensity, I do have another commenter online. Jeremy Haroldson. Representative Haroldson. Are you there?
I am. Can you see me?
I don't see you, but I can hear you.
Good. Let's see why we don't have a screen here. It's not offering me video. Would you guys just be okay with audio at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to jump on and be a part of this. So I am the prime sponsor of House Bill 104, where we ran through this last legislative session and had this conversation about allowing artificial devices for predator hunting on public lands. As Nephi Cole has said, clearly there was kind of this conversation and concern that this would open up the door for poaching and kind of just a runaway poaching conversation, which I personally, I don't see that, just simply because if anything, I think that having people legally in the field with these devices is actually, if anything, going to lower poaching, because as we know, most poaching isn't a game warden finding someone poaching. It's a landowner or a hunter or a neighbor or a sportsman of some sort saying, hey, that didn't look right. Let's have a conversation. And so I think in some ways that's probably going to help. I am in full support of protecting the seasons, but I think that the large block is not the answer. I think 1/3 of the year, probably the best time for fur being removed is probably not the answer. And in, like, I live Platte County, Area 7. One of the things that probably, as in all areas, a lot of the coyote hunting is not taking place where, let's say, elk hunting is taking place. And so I think that there has to be a point where you have to understand, if you block it all out, and you're talking about where we're talking about antlered animals, there's a lot of majority of all of our prairie land that is predominantly coyote hunting is also very seldom the area that we're elk hunting on. Now that may collide antelope and coyotes, I get that, but just a conversation. The attitude that we can stop poachers by eliminating by doing something like this, I don't believe probably really stands true, because they have the technology now. Currently, no one's out there even watching. So if they're wanting to do it, they can be doing it. And then when it comes to the beacon, that conversation about the beacon, there comes a point where dishonest people are dishonest. End of story. And so creating it where we have to wear beacons, we have to purchase beacons. The beacons are, I don't know. I feel like in some ways that we're just becoming, if we're not careful, we're becoming a regulatory agency that makes it impossible to be legal. And as it is, I mean, I do an outdoor ministry where I take first-time hunters into the field, and we do an entire class on how to be legal in the field in Wyoming. And it's getting to the point, you guys, and I understand your position and your place, and I honor and respect you in that. but it's getting to the point where you almost have to go to a certain type of school just to be legal in the field with all of the different stamps, the different HMAs, the different what you're carrying, what you're not carrying, when you can carry it, when you can't carry it, when you can go in, when you can't go in. Technically, I walk in with a headlamp archery hunting for elk because I'll walk in the dark with a headlamp, which currently makes me illegal. And so if I were to be rifle hunting, walking in with that lamp, I got a rifle, I've got a device capable of spotlighting an animal. I'm an illegal hunter. And and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a second. So is it not legal to have a headlamp that I can watch the ground in front of me as I walk in? And so I just think we need to be very careful and very wise as we make these decisions. My intent as I brought this bill was that we would protect these specific species and the days before openings of hunting, just so we didn't have people going in to check out what's there or something of that nature. But this 1/3 of the year blanket, as well as the beacons, were definitely not at all in the intent of the rulemaking that I feel that we as the legislature gave. So again, I respect you guys in the position you hold in trying to make these decisions. There's nothing easy. Someone's going to be mad no matter what. I get it. But I also believe that maybe there's a better way to do it.
Thank you, Representative, for those comments. Any questions from the commission for Representative Haroldson?
Mr. President, yeah.
Yeah, go.
Representative Harrelson, this is Commissioner Bell. Is there any concern on the pressure that potentially that artificial light, not necessarily talking about infrared, but any concern about the pressure that may put on animals during the rest time? If this was, if we just eliminated B and C in our regulation here, draft regulation, that pressure that puts on those animals at night?
Mr. President and Commissioner Bell, thank you for that question. I believe that an area where I see that being a major issue would be the couple days prior to the openers, where you could get, if people are wanting to do it for the intention of finding animals, absolutely, I see that as a problem. That's where I think you have to protect that. If it's a deal of around the rut, around the wintering, yes, I believe that's a concern. Now, the entire season long, I don't know, maybe I'm off. I don't foresee there being this mass exodus of people with their spotlight out there to go predator hunting. I just don't see that. The spotlight world of predator hunting is getting thinner and thinner, and the infrared thermal world is getting bigger and bigger. And technology's there where it may be the middle of night, but it looks like the middle of day type concept. I know you know that you've used these weapons and these devices as you've mentioned for hog hunting and others, and but it is thoroughly impressive what they have become, and I think it's a way that we can really become an asset for predator control, protecting these species that we want to protect, and at the same time freeing up the ability to make it safer. And sorry, I'm going to just since you guys probably weren't aware of the original conversation, this when Nephi talked to me, it was kind of at the same time I had an individual talk to me, a rancher, who said, public land, they can hunt predators at night without any devices. So you can take your varmint rifle out at night and shoot coyotes on public land. That's legal. Full moon, go out and shoot coyotes. Well, there was a situation where that happened, and a Charolais cow took a bullet. And so I just think that was kind of my discussion at the beginning. Right now, you can go out and shoot predators at night. You just can't use any of the technology that makes it safe. And so I think that needs to also weigh in the back of our minds.
Good comments, Representative Haroldson. Any other questions? Okay, Commission, is that all I have IT for public comments? So the Commission can now get in depth.
President?
Yes, sir.
Question I have, I'm not gonna get into subsection B, but subsection C thought process, would it be possible to, instead of going September 1 through December 31, say that there is no hunting of predatory animals at night with artificial light or lighting devices during the hunting season of that area? In other words, in my area, there's seasons that close on the 15th of October. There's seasons that are open till the 30th of November, and then they're closed. Would that be possible to combine that to where it was during the hunting season only?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Ladwig, what I would say to that is that yes, that's possible. I'll reiterate that the commission or the department's I guess stance in developing this draft regulation was to try to keep it as simple and non-complicated as possible for anyone out there. And I do think if we go down the road of you've got a 2-week season there, we got a 12-week season there and a 4-week season there, we're going to really complicate things even further and make it more difficult to understand. This was an attempt, I think, to address the needs as presented through the legislation. And we're certainly aware that it may not be a perfect solution, but it does give us an opportunity to, I guess, review and consider what affects this change, which is a fairly significant change in the way the state of Wyoming has operated in terms of artificial light, and consider any impacts that do come to fruition or things that we haven't considered and don't know what might happen. And then because it's in commission rule, it allows us that flexibility next year even, or down the line, to address that through additional changes to the commission regulation. And so we tried to be very thoughtful and considerate of all of those things, but to try to keep this first chance where we're just dipping our toes into the water, so to speak, as simple and non-complicated for as many people as possible.
Director.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. President. So I've got a few points here. So first of all, Craig did a good job of outlining, we can go as complex as the commission wishes. We'll do this and as surgically as the commission desires, and we can do that. I think if you look at the proposal with looking at only areas where you've got buck and bull seasons going on, it still does cover a significant portion of the period between September 1 and December 31. Second point, the department, our position on let me just say this. We are fully cognizant of the fact that thermal devices don't make decisions on their own to go out and do bad things. It takes a person making a bad decision to pull a trigger using a thermal device. And 99% of our sportsmen in this state are not people that are intentionally going out and trying to break laws. However, having been that guy, as well as many of the men and women we've got men and women, both wardens in this room right now, that have to go out and enforce this. We've all been in the position where we know something nefarious was afoot. And while we're trying to put it all together, the excuse is I was just hunting coyotes. There's 4 people. I'll give you an example. 4 people walking down the draw. One of them has a license. They're all carrying high power rifles. And they go into a grove of trees and there's 3 shots that are fired. And I was just hunting coyotes. So it's still on the warden to make that case. I'm not making excuses for them at all, but it does make it more complicated when they have an excuse to have that technology during the middle of the night on public land during a hunting season. Third point is, we're talking a lot about seasons. If at the end of the day, I was to prioritize where the most important focus should be on this, it should be on places where there aren't seasons, but where there's vulnerable big game. We spend an inordinate amount of time every year. We have task forces. We focus in areas of the state where we've got problems with vulnerable. A lot of times it's big buck deer that are on public land, that are in the rut, that are next to county roads, that have come out of the high country. We spend a lot of time investigating and conducting enforcement in those areas because those deer are vulnerable, and we have a long track record of unfortunate situations where people take advantage of that and take them illegally. So no matter what we do, we can certainly focus on seasons if we're going to get more precise and more surgical, but we've also got to have some latitude to look at
places like the Platte Valley, places like the Pinedale and Big Piney Winter Ranges, places like the Bighorn Front, where we know we have concentrations of animals that are vulnerable and in places where they're accessible. Because unfortunately, folks are with the right technology will use that and try to find ways to further their otherwise nefarious activities, the things they would have done whether this is in place or not. I get that. That's a valid argument. But providing them more tools that are legal does complicate the enforcement. And I'll quit rambling there.
That's good insight. Other commissioner comments?
Well, Mr. President, this goes on to the enforcement. I can understand it, as I think everybody understands why the Wardens Association was opposed to this. I mean, we just barely briefly talked about it yesterday, and we're going to take it to our next meeting. But the amount of time and the demand on our people in the field during hunting season, and the amount of, I just know that they already are there's a lot of demand. They get very little time off just because of the nature of the job. And now they're going to get calls at night because either somebody doesn't know this is the law and it's legal. I understand we're going to pass something. I mean, the legislature is asking us to do something, and I get it. And we're going to get something at some point. I don't know that we're going to get the correct thing the first time, but this is going to be, I mean, this is going to be tough. I hope some legislators go on ride-alongs, and hopefully they stay with them too and take the calls and are there when they answer those calls and those things and feel for those. I don't think that this is. I don't even know where to go with it. I just know, been out on public land enough to hunt and know that there's people camping, and now they can do this during the season. Depending on what we do here, it's going to be interesting, and I think we're going to be looking at this for a while until we get it right, or we just open it all the way up. And I really don't know the answer to this, but I'm open to seeing what that looks like. Mr. Craig or Director Nesvik, seeing what that looks like, maybe on paper, what that looks like if we change C. What I don't want to have happen also is for this to go back to legislature and them take away the authority and just blanket this year round. I think that also is not thinking about our big game populations like we need to think about them right now, especially coming off the worst winter we've had in 100 years or whatever. So I think that I think we should, I don't know if it's okay to pump the brakes on this and see what we can do with C and look and see what that does, what that looks like. How complicated is that? How much, I wouldn't mind putting it back out for public comment again. The interesting thing that this happened fairly fast in a busy time for people, that I got calls yesterday from, like I said, from the Predator Control Board people that really should have been all over this thing, at least knowing what was happening. And they just didn't know it was happening. I wouldn't mind seeing what something else looks like on there and putting that back out for public comment, because we really didn't get a lot of comment on this.
Yeah, so Commissioner Bell's headed where I'm thinking, and I think some testimony tonight makes a lot of sense. And so I don't think we have it right this first time. So I guess I have a question. We've opened the chapter, we've put it out for public comment. The department's provided a proposal. If the commission doesn't approve this with that chapter being open and we want to change it, do we go back out for public comment? How long do we keep the chapter open? I mean, legally, what are our options here?
Yeah, we can leave it open. You've heard public comment, and you want to, if the commission's desire is to look at other options, that's fully within the Administrative Procedures Act. And so we could go back, listen to everything we've heard here today, massage it, come back with another proposal in November. Now it's going to be up to the commission as to whether we take a new proposal back out for public comment. I'm not sure that the result will be much different other than, if that's the desire of the commission here today, what I would commit is that whatever proposals we came up with, we would discuss those folks, those stakeholders that have commented to this point. Certainly, the gentleman that testified here today, as well as Representative Haroldson, we would definitely engage with them. But if we go through a whole nother public comment process after we've brought you another proposal in November, we'll be sitting in January and still not have a rule. And so I think, my recommendation, if the commission wants to go this way, is we bring you back another recommendation in November, and you have to pass something, I think, in November, so that we follow the intent of the legislature here.
Mr. President, and
Commissioner Roberts.
I kind of want to throw something out there. When the appropriate time is, I want to make a motion to approve chapter 2 as to the department's recommendations for it. And I want to throw that out there now because I kind of want to see it. I think we need to pass something. I think this is new to everybody. I think what the department has said makes sense to me, and we can always tweak it later on, but at the appropriate time, with your indulgence, I'll make a motion to approve chapter 2 as proposed by the department.
I'll accept your motion. Is there a second? They're not ready. Is there a second? Okay, let's.
Second that.
Commissioner Ladewig has seconded. So the motion is to approve the department's recommendation. Is there a discussion on the motion? I have discussion. I have a question. Would we fulfill our duty if we approved new language, section 21 and section A only? We struck B and C.
Mr. President, if I understand your question correctly, are you asking if you fulfill the statutory requirements if there is no B or C?
Yes.
Well, Mr. President, while he's looking at that,
Commissioner Masterson.
thank you. The passing B might as well. I'm trying to follow your train of thought. Passing B as well may give you a more supportable position as far as promulgating rules because it's more substantive than A is. Just a thought.
Okay.
Mr. President, to answer your question, the statute does say that the commission shall establish by rule and regulation specifications, but then further it says such specifications may include, et cetera, but not limited to. So I think the answer to your question, in my estimation of reading the statute, is that if you approve section 21 with just A, that you would meet the intent.
Okay. Now, to be clear, that's the motion is to approve all languages presented in chapter 2. Any further discussion on the motion?
Yeah, Mr. President, I think, I'd like to see this tweaked a little like we talked before. I appreciate the motion. I think if it doesn't look better in November, that I'm open to passing this, but I'd like to see that. So I'm going to vote no now, but interested to see what something maybe tweaked looks like. I actually think it's going to limit it even potentially in some places more, looking at those type buck bull licenses, but I also think a little bit of flexibility might be to move back to November 30th as that date, or December 1st or something like that, because I don't think there's, in January, that time frame there's not a lot of those seasons open statewide, probably very few, but that might be something that is a thought, but anyway, I just want to explain my no vote.
Okay, appreciate that. I also am feeling along those lines. Now, for clarification, just to be completely clear, IT, we do not have Ashley online. Is that correct? Okay, she has been excused due to health reasons, so you five gentlemen will be the vote.
Mr. President,
I don't see the five of you making a tie. So it's up to you guys.
I
Yes,
just
sir.
wanted to, if I may, I reluctantly agree with Commissioner Bell. And for the reasons that he stated and you as well. I always appreciate the work you do and you do great work. I'm just not comfortable yet. So
Noted. Any further discussion on the motion to approve chapter 2 as department recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have a motion fail. Now let's redirect chapter 2. Are there any other motions to approve chapter 2?
Mr. President, I
This
would
time.
move to approve chapter 2 as submitted with the exception of deleting subparagraph C of section 21.
It's been moved to approve chapter 2 as presented, striking language C. Is there a second to that motion?
B or C?
C is in cowboy. You notice I'm not a Alpha Bravo guy. Is there a second to the motion to approve chapter 2 as presented, striking little c? Motion dies for lack of a second. Further discussion and work on chapter 2. Director, do you have a recommendation?
Yeah, as I stated earlier, if the commission, we have to pass something. That's very clear. There's a state statute that says we have to pass something here. So I guess my recommendation to the commission is we take all that we've heard here today and we huddle up internally and we make some modifications. We get those to you before the November commission meeting. We meet with stakeholders that at this point have provided us comment and have been involved in this issue. Nephi Cole, Representative Harrelson, potentially other stakeholders that you all have heard from, particularly sportsmen on the other side that were concerned with this thing, and that we come back in November with a revised department recommendation.
Mr. President, Director
Commissioner
Nesbitt,
Bell.
what is, I actually am not as familiar with this part of not doing what's something in timely fashion from when the legislature passes it. What is our deadline on that?
There's not a deadline, but I think that the legislature would expect that we would be able to pass a rule in a timely amount of, in a timely manner. Since it's out now and it's opened up, I really feel like we need to do something in November. We have to have something on the books in November.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
But I don't want to complicate it, but something on the books, does that mean approved at a commission meeting or through AG review and governor's signature?
Governor's signature, an actual approved rule. We need to have that. It doesn't need to be done. I'm not saying that needs to be done by November, but I believe the commission has to take action in November so that we can do this in a timely manner. I mean, nobody here is advocating for not allowing the use of artificial light on public lands in January. So we don't want to come to January and not have something in place that's through the full process, including commission approval, governor's signature on the books.
So noted. So I would like Craig, for you to come back and revisit the conversation about if we include the language section 21 and we include little a, if we could pass that, and that would give us something to make it lawful, address those issues that Nephi talked about for this hunting season.
We'll come with a proposal that, and a backup.
So you-
both.
You want to, you want to do that in November and not work that today?
That's exactly what that's what I'm recommending.
Would you like
Give
that?
us some time to go look at it, talk to stakeholders, come back with a new recommendation. With a backup in case the commission can't agree on that new recommendation to at least get something passed.
Okay, so what I would do then as chair, I would just take that as a directive and we would end the conversation on chapter 2. Is that appropriate?
Understood, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I gotta get my house in order here a little bit.
Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's really good. It is Dr. Thompson. Next item for our agenda is Dr. Thompson, Large Carnivore Supervisor, Chapter 42.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesvik, can't say I'm gonna get us back on time, but maybe I can move us forward a little bit. I'm Dan Thompson with the Large Carnivore Section. I'm actually feeling much more comfortable talking about mountain lions than I do bears, and so I will be here today to talk about some revisions to Chapter 42, Mountain Lion Hunting Seasons. So I realize you get lambasted with a barrage of information at every commission meeting. And with mountain lions, you only hear about it every 3 years or so. So I brought forth a little kind of refresher for the commission and anybody else watching as to how and why we manage mountain lions as a game species in the state. So we have a statewide approach. We have 5 mountain lion management units spread across the state, 32 different hunt areas. Our management plan is based on mountain lion research conducted here in Wyoming. Former Commissioner Lindsay, former co-op, head of the co-op in Wyoming. Basically, this research was predicated what ended up being the mountain lion management plan for our state. It was the first of its kind, and it has been used as a template, this source sync dynamic that we use in other areas. So again, as you see it, we spread these across the state. Our hunt areas are based loosely on, well, not loosely, but they're large enough to have contiguous habitat for a mountain lion population. And they're also spread in that regional approach. Now they overlap different regional boundaries in the state. The Western Mountain Lion Management Unit is broken up into the Wyoming Range Data Analysis Unit, the Wind River, and the Absaroka. And so how do we monitor harvest? Mountain lions are different than deer, elk, pronghorn. We don't fly over and count them. We don't go out and have an abundance estimate for these animals. And so based on that research that I'm going to go into more depth here, we look at quantified basically per capita. We quantify the winter mountain lion habitat, and then we look at the sex and age structure of harvest based on that vulnerability to harvest. And we'll talk a little bit more about hound hunting. 90% or more of our mountain lions are taken with hounds, and that is how we evaluate how that works on the ground. And so in essence, as you increase harvest in the mountain lion population, you start to see more females come into that harvest. And then we can evaluate changes in the population and the age structure. And to give you an idea, this is a map of habitat for mountain lions in the state. It's just the different colors are just to differentiate between hunt areas. This is based on ungulate data, mountain lion collar data, precip information, and also ground proofed with harvest locations. Realizing a lot of people aren't as familiar with the notions of mountain lion life history as they are with ungulates, with deer and elk. We have more females than males across the landscape. So boot hunters, which is what I guess the jargon is for hunting mountain lions without dogs. A good example of this is in Oregon and Washington, hound hunting was outlawed. Went from about 600 hunters, this is in Oregon, it's about 600 hunters to 6,000. The harvest shifted to a much higher female level of harvest with that many people out there, because there's more females on the landscape, if that makes sense. And then again, as we look at the animals as a species, transient males, so subadult male, 2-year-old male, they disperse great distances. They lay the most tracks, followed by adult males, which have a larger home range than a female. And then a female with kittens, for instance, a female mountain lion, when she has kittens, will have them with her for 13 to 16 months. And so they have the smallest home range. And so they're actually the least vulnerable to harvest. And we protect those animals, of course, that they're illegal to be ran with dogs. Again, selectivity and immigration can cloud some of these metrics we use. Give the Black Hills as a reference. We have very high harvest of mountain lions in the Black Hills because of a high density of mountain lions. What we do see is the majority of the population from South Dakota disperses naturally into our Black Hills. So we end up seeing a lot of subadult animals come into that harvest. So this slide is actually kind of what it is what our management plan is based upon. And many moons ago, actually went through, these things are harder to do now through time, is to prescriptively reduce a mountain lion population. And that's what was done in Southeast Wyoming. And if the red piece of the pie is what you kind of want to focus on. As that population and those harvest rates went up above 40%, which is pretty much unheard of in most areas, we saw more of that female component come into play. And the population was reduced by more than half in a few years. You can't see those years on there, but those are annual. Oh, there they come back. And so then it was reduced, that level of harvest, to allow that population to come back. And so I realize this is a busy slide, but again, we look at that sex and age composition of the harvest and apply that to monitor the population. What's very interesting is that because of the movement capabilities of mountain lions, those adult male segment was replaced within 2 years by immigration from other areas. Female segment was replaced in 3 years, and it took about 5 years to bring the social structure back into place. And so what we found is that mountain lions can respond relatively quickly from a high level of harvest or reduction. You have to allow that to happen. But then again, this is what we use to determine, and this was before my time. I'm not taking credit for any work that other people did, but this was what was used to develop the management plan, where we looked at that increase in adult female removal was indicative of a declining population. So 20 to 25% is indicative of a declining population. Now, that can't happen forever, right? If we have 2 to 3 years of 25% or more adult female harvest, it can't go that way for 10 years, because if you get rid of all of them, you have to let those other new ones come in, if that makes sense. And so what we did was quantify those mountain lion mortalities and using all human caused mortalities per 1,000 square kilometers. So the 1,000 was chosen based on previous literature and research to kind of the smallest area that can have a viable mountain lion home range. And so this is the overall goal of our mountain lion management plan, which was developed in 2006 to sustain mountain lions in core habitat at varying densities. It's an adaptive approach, and we manage these areas based on a continuum from source to sink. And we attempt a mixture of that across through time. And that's the way one area is managed impacts the way another area is managed. So we do have a mandatory check for mountain lions. We harvest around 300 or more mountain lions a year. We use that mandatory check to gain that insight into what's going on the ground. And so we gather that sex and age information. We looked at lactation status. That's an important component. Obviously location, selectivity, and methods used, whether they were outfitted or not, days hunted. And then just, it's very important that, because that's the only way we get our hands on some of that information, to be able to talk to the hunters that they're seeing out there. It's an important component of how we manage them. And then mountain lions are unique, as are black bears, in that we manage these on a 3-year cycle. This is based on the ability to detect trend. It needs at least 3 years to have a trend. It's also based on the life history of an animal. Mountain lions don't give birth every year like an ungulate. They give birth every 2 to 3 years. A female is bred and has young. And it also allows us to reduce the need for knee-jerk reactions. Maybe a year with really low snow, we had low harvest. Next year we had high harvest. It smooths out some of those anomalous events. And this is how we determine that direction and that trend. And I will add that we have never went through a full 3-year cycle without making changes. So it's not static for 3 years. If there's something that needs to be changed, we will and have every time since this was instituted in 2007. So I kind of alluded to this, but the primary things we look at is that overall density of mortality. So we quantify the level of death, I guess, if you want to say that, per capita, all human caused mortalities on the landscape. And then we compare that with the percentage of adult females in the harvest, and then that average age of adult females. So as you get into the population through harvest, you start to see the average age of those adult females decrease. We've seen that in areas like the Black Hills with heavy harvest where the average age is less than 5. And again, it's easy to pick or choose, but it's more important that we look at all these together as well as field input from our personnel across the state to understand what's going on with those local trends. Then we go on a continuum. So source means the population is increasing. Stable population is stabilizing at a certain range. So we might reduce the population and then try to stabilize it there. And then overall sink is the goal is to reduce. And there's kind of a continuum in between from sink to heavy sink to source stable, things like that when we put that forth. And so we analyze all that information. Very comprehensive report is put forth. It's on our website. Very few people read it. But you've had copies of it. Our field people go through it. And then we sit down every 3 years or more in between. Every 3 years or less to talk about these things. And we meet with our regional personnel and we develop those mortality limits for mountain lions based on those regional objectives and desires. And that's what you see when we come just a year and a half or 2 Julys ago, basically, and propose those seasons to you. So back to the task at hand. First of all, you'll remember that we gained a great deal of public interest in the notion of a pursuit season, which resulted in legislative changes, Senate File 0178, that directed the department to develop a pursuit season for resident hound hunters in Wyoming. That's the first component. The second one was a revision of mortality limits in areas that experienced an unusually high winter kill mortality. In April, we had a very festive commission meeting and where a lot of things were talked about regarding predation. And so based on that, we had a special meeting in May to develop some mortality limits to address those issues. And I'll talk about those right now. So first of all, and I'm not going to read through all this, we developed language to enact a resident pursuit hunt season based on the statutory language from the legislature. This is specific to resident mountain lion or resident houndsmen. Again, and I think that the important part is we try to match language in the current Chapter 42 regs, which allows for the use of dogs for trophy game hunting of mountain lions. And again, it's not a free-for-all. We still have hours in place. We still have season dates in place. And we do require a special management permit of any resident who pursues with dogs during a mountain lion pursuit season shall be in possession. The language as far as being has been pursued or bayed shall promptly release the mountain lion. This matches the language within our hunting regulations now, where basically a person can't tree a cat, call a hunter and have them come up. We want the same thing here. We don't want somebody treeing a cat and then calling their friends and family, come take a picture of it. Wanted to mirror that language. And again, we're trying to not pursue the same cat during the same day. So if a cat jumps tree, that's okay. You can still do it. That's what we do now. But if you get there and the animal's bayed and you get your dogs, and once you leave, you're not going back and rechasing that cat to have reduced stress on that animal. The double I there, we don't really have instances of mortality occurring, incidental mortality when it comes to this, but we wanted something in writing that if something does happen, that it has to be reported to the Game and Fish. And then finally, no person shall participate in a mountain lion pursuit season for commercial gain. The intent was not to increase a lot of people out on the landscape. This was to allow the resident person with hounds the ability to train their dogs after mortality limit has been reached. And so this takes away this notion of basically outfitting to take pictures. And I should again point out that based on the legislative language, the pursuit season does not occur until a mortality limit has been reached. So currently, if a mortality limit is reached, there's no more pursuit of mountain lions in that area. As it is written now, as we're proposing, if a mortality limit is reached, a resident could buy that permit and then chase with their dogs through those season dates. Moving on to the second component, again, this was a unique scenario. This was not a standard public comment process where we meet with people in the field for a year and get their insight and then develop harvest limits or for mountain lions, or develop for like we do for deer or antelope, where we get all those comments from the public and go out and garner that interest in what we need to do. This was in response to this previous winter where something had to be done. And so rather than look at our mountain lion harvest data and go from that standpoint, we wanted to use the data to identify where it would be appropriate to increase the opportunity for mountain lion take in areas that were most impacted by this last winter. And we're fortunate that we have multiple focal herds that the Game and Fish is currently monitoring for mule deer. You've heard about those in great length. The one that we do know, and you heard about this and have heard about this continually, is an area in the Wyoming range that was most heavily impacted from the apocalyptic winters. That's the term I use. It gets more attention. But basically, we saw the collared juvenile segment had 0% survival. We also, and in comparison with the rest of the state's focal herds. And we also saw doe survival and buck survival much lower in that Wyoming range area. So therefore, we focused our efforts as far as what we could do from a mountain lion harvest standpoint to those areas. I think it's important to talk about mountain lion harvest in relation to ungulates. It's not as easy as kill one and save the other. That's not how it works. But we know that ungulates are generally limited by resources. They can be compounded by weather. We saw that last year. Predation can work in tandem with these to potentially impact those populations. It's all the work that's been done to date, basically there are rare circumstances that increasing harvest and a blanket approach can benefit the population. And so the treatise for this was a monograph done in Idaho that actively looked at that. And so that increased harvest can have positive benefits on our ungulates when those ungulate populations are suppressed and optimal habitat is available, which will be the case in the Wyoming range. When harvest efforts are localized to herds of interest, and where predation is a significant factor. We do know from the long-term research within the Wyoming range that predation occurs, but is not a limiting factor currently. But based on all this information that we have, that's why that area was chosen to propose an increase in those limits. So again, we singled out those hunt areas that were most impacted, where the deer population were most impacted, and to provide 50% increase in those mortality limits in those areas. We're not proposing to kill 50% of the mountain lions in the state. We're not proposing to kill 50% in the Wyoming range. We're proposing this is the one time where we feel that we can provide that additional opportunity for the people that want to hunt mountain lions in those areas. And this should be viewed as temporary for the rest of this remaining cycle, which would be 2 years. And those are the areas that we're proposing those. And again, we have to look big picture at this. We're not talking, I'm staying away from the predator stuff from the previous topic, if I could. But there's been a lot of work done on this, and there's a lot of interest. Predators are a component. What drives it's bottom up versus top down, right? Bottom up is what generally drives ungulate populations. But again, I think this is what's being proposed as part of a long-term strategy for our ungulate, especially mule deer populations in Wyoming. And so for the public comment process, again, this was unique. This wasn't as we normally do it where this was a quick turnaround. We heard from you. We went to the public this summer. And so, I mean, despite the public display that was put on in April, we had pretty paltry attendance at some of these meetings. This was a grizzly bear meeting in Jackson. So that was not any of the mountain lion meetings this summer. But again, the timing is odd. It's summer, people are out and about. And so we just didn't have we don't have the attendance to a lot of our public meetings as we used to. So we just didn't have a lot of attendance at these. And you've gotten all the comments, you've seen them. So we did receive comments from 87 individuals. We then break those up. A lot of times there's 2 to 3 comments within an individual comment. We had and broke those down. We try to break them down as well as we can by residency. We had several organizations comment as well. The majority of comments were against the proposed increase in the Wyoming range. That was 50-50 breakdown between resident and non-resident. That was, I think, 58% of the comments were that highest category. Yeah. The next highest was 17% support for those pursuit seasons. And then we had 7% were more against the notions of mountain lion hunting in general, against the notions of using dogs, and just against the overall premise of mountain lion hunting in general. And the rest were all less than 5% of those comments. Do think that we are, none of us wanted to be up here proposing these changes to you because of what happened last winter. It's unfortunate that happened and we lost all those mule deer. Things have changed, and habitat is much different than it was 20 years ago, right? And so, but we do have the benefit of having collars out before and after last winter. We can look at the cause of how deer are dying before and after, regardless of mountain lion harvest. But if we do see a big uptick in mountain lion harvest as proposed for those limits, we can evaluate that through time and look at that actual, what are the potential impacts of that predation on mule deer in those areas, and compare it with other herd units across the state. It's always good you have to look at it on a larger scale in other areas. And so it gives us the opportunity to do this. And that is the one thing that we can learn from whatever happened last winter. You got to try to find a silver lining in it other than how green things are now. And so we will be able to do that through time. And again, should be viewed as a temporary boost to provide a little help for the potential limiting factors for that mule deer population. So I have some questions, and then I just have a last slide, but if you had any questions, because this is kind of a unique scenario.
Any questions up to this point? Go
Mr.
ahead.
President, I have. How many, on hunt area 14, 17, 26, or 29, how many are we currently filling out the whole quotas that we're issuing for them lions?
Let me go back. That'd be the easiest. Sorry, Wayne. All right. The remote's working very well. So, there it is. So you'll remember a year ago in July, we increased the mortality limit in area 14 from 15 up to 20. So of those areas, area 29 did not fill, but that usually does not. That's in the holdback. That was included this year, mainly because a lot of those deer that migrate into their winter in the Wyoming range, we went back and forth whether to include that holdback area, but we included it for public comment. The other hunt areas do close. We generally have maintained high levels of harvest in the Wyoming range through time.
So you would anticipate that we would, issue in 30, we would kill 30.
Potentially, it depends on if people, there's a lot of things that happen depending on who's involved. There's been areas where we've increased limits in an area that the houndsmen didn't want to see it increased. And they've showed us that they can self-regulate as well. I think this is a different scenario here. We have a much higher level of outfitted hunts occurring there. Increased interest in some of that area. Hunt area 17 on the eastern, that big piney front. We're seeing increased levels of interest and harvest there. And so I don't know that it'll be filled to that level, but it's not a failure if it doesn't, right? We're providing this extra opportunity for this time period to allow for more take of mountain lions when the mule deer population is lower. I would expect an increase in harvest. Yes, absolutely.
Thanks. I was just curious on what your perception of that
Yeah.
would be.
Well, I mean, we've seen there's some people there's some newer hunters that are hunting some of that country, and there's some people that are very driven to hunt mountain lions, and I do expect harvest to increase with this limit increase.
I have a question, Dan. How strong is bear predation on mule deer fawns in this area?
Low.
Mule deer and
Based on the
in this
data
area.
that we've gotten from the Wyoming range research, I think it's 5% or less of all predation, or of all mortality of neonates.
Okay,
So it's not a limiting factor. We know that through data.
but neither are lions.
Correct. But it's different. I mean, depending on the scenario, black bears can be a bigger issue when it comes to neonate predation. Like in areas like California with extremely high black bear densities, we see them having an impact on localized deer populations. Just not something we see here.
Any other questions for Dan? We do have some public comment. Let's start with online. Nancy. Do we have Nancy Hilding online?
So I unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Nancy. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm Nancy Hilding. I'm president of Prairie Hills Audubon Society. We are an environmental group. Most of our members are in Western South Dakota. We have a few in Wyoming, or have also folks having second homes in Wyoming. We would like, the mountain lions have no clue where the state or tribal, non-tribal boundaries are. We share the Black Hills with Wyoming. You know, Dan testified, we're sending you you're a sink and we're a source. We also share, the 3 states share the Pine Ridge ecosystem, which is down in area 25 for you, but that's in Wyoming, Nebraska, and South Dakota. In South Dakota, the Oglala Sioux tribe, they have a hunting season, breeding lions. So we share populations, and our members also recreate in Wyoming. Okay, so now I'm going to get to our points here. We wrote a letter. We object to the increase in the 4 areas near the border with Utah. But we're going to leave that to Wyoming folks to talk about. We are going to focus on the northeast and eastern part of Wyoming, which is close to South Dakota and Nebraska. And we are going to be focusing, if at the end we may reference that, but we're going to be specifically focusing on the chasing lions for dog training, which is what's going to impact us in the Black Hills and in the Pine Ridge ecosystem. So we have issues that we object to the chasing of dogs, chasing of lions by dogs, but we know the legislature mandated it, so you have to do it. So we are going to talk about mitigating some of the issues that we have with this so that they are reduced. Okay, so we are concerned about the cruelty inherent in that may happen with respect to dogs and chasing lions. And to reduce, also there's a risk of trespass. And there's a risk of disturbance to people, livestock, and non-target wildlife. And this can stress non-target wildlife due to disturbance. It can stress the lions, especially in heavy snow or extreme heat, and especially for mothers with young. And we are concerned about disturbance from all the people running around, and also snowmobiles or OHV noise if those are used in association with the hound hunt. So we are going to, those are the issues, and we are going to provide a bunch of suggested changes to mitigate these concerns. Okay, to begin with, here is a comment I didn't put in my written comments because I didn't notice it, but your state statute that just passed, 23-2-307, allows for the purchase of special management permit. In your proposed regulations, you require a registration, but you do not require a purchase. So we are suggesting that you have a fee for purchase, in part because we are going to be giving staff more tasks to do in our attempt to mitigate the issues with hounds chasing lions. Okay, so now we're going to go. Okay, so then the next thing I didn't really go into properly in my comments because I didn't realize this. In South Dakota, we have a rule that says if at least in Custer State Park, if a female lactating lion is treed, the hound hunters can't shoot it. So we're protecting female lactating mothers. Okay, we also have a rule that if the hound hunters see multiple tracks on the ground, they can't send the dogs after those tracks because we assume that's a family group, a mother with her associated children. And so why would we want to have this in South Dakota that you do not have in Wyoming? For one thing, if you kill a mother with associated children, they're orphaned. We thought, based on literature that we're aware of, the lions are with the mother for 18 months. John had a different number. He had 13 to 16 months. So to our knowledge, the earliest surviving mountain lion that was orphaned was 6 months old. The mountain lions have babies 365 days of the year. You cannot design a hunting season to where you are not killing mothers with dependent children. So at any rate, so not killing mothers with dependent children saves the mother and the kittens. So instead of just killing one, you can be killing 4 or 5. Okay. So, so when you kill a mother with associated children, they're going to starve to death. Okay. Which is very unfortunate. We consider that animal cruelty. And, you also can, if the lion survives, it's a 9 months old lion, he or she manages to survive. He's not properly trained by the mom, so he can become a conflict lion. So if you try to reduce the killing of mothers with associated children, you improve your population viability, you reduce starving kittens, and you reduce conflict lions. So we hope you will copy South Dakota and adopt regulations to prohibit shooting treed lactating females and chasing after the tracks. And okay, so but if you don't do it for everything, at least do it with respect to chasing by hounds for dog training. Okay, so our next point here is there's now GPS stimulation collars called e-collars, which is going to help reduce the trespass issue from lions going onto private land. And it also helps them have better control over the dogs. We've been told that just about everybody that's a hound hunter has these nowadays. So we are suggesting that when you're, we would suggest you have it for chasing or hunting to kill, but at the very least, for chasing to train dogs, they're trying to train dogs, they should have e-collars and it should be required. Okay, because this is a new thing, you've never done it before, you don't know the data of how often this is going to happen, what the effect on lion populations and non-target wildlife and recreators is going to be. We suggest you collect data. So we are suggesting that pursuit hunters should be required to report the number of pursuit hunts that they engaged in and the location of the pursuits. We're suggesting within 72 hours. And the department should collect this data on how frequency and what locations this will be occurring. How can you know about the impacts if you are not collecting this data? Okay, so the proposed rule has hound managers of the chasing dogs reporting lions who have received possible mortal injuries. We do not know how a hound hunter manager can know whether an injury is mortal or not. It could get infected and the lion could die of infection. Therefore, we ask that you require that the hound hunters reports any fights between dogs and cats, and whether a dog or cat was wounded, and if the cat was wounded, where did it happen? This is actually a public safety issue. A wounded cougar is more likely to become a conflict or problem cougar because he can't hunt well. So the public should be knowing when there is a wounded cougar out there and where the wounded cougar is. Okay, all right. So then we talked about how we wanted you to change your rule about lactating females and family groups being chased. However, even if you have this inadvertently, it may happen to, people trying not to do it, but they do it. There's no tracks in the summer. So we would like for the hound hunters to report back when a lactating female was treed or when they inadvertently chased a family group, possibly separating the mother from the babies. So we would like reports on when that happens. Okay, so we would like for there to be a time of year exclusions on this, when this is happening, and maybe in certain areas on public land. The cougars are more likely to give birth in the summer than they are in the winter. So, possibly have exclusion of hound hunting in certain areas during the summer. Okay, the rule should prohibit lion pursuit by hounds in areas with too deep snow or when it is too hot. Such activity will stress out lions with special worry for mother with family units. Okay, it should prohibit pursuit by hounds on the prairie where there are no trees or rock outcroppings that are tall enough for the lion to get above the dogs. This is to avoid cruelty to lions and dogs of having fights. And it also is to avoid stress to lions, particularly mothers with dependent children, of having to run for long distances to find a tree or a rock outcropping. Okay, in terms of you have the rule allowing them to chase until a half hour after sunset. We are worried about this, especially in winter, cold, or even in summer heat. There are other wildlife who are going to be disturbed, all right, who need to get back into their shelter from the cold, particularly in winter, like some grouse or pheasants are disturbed. They need to get back under cover. So there should be it shouldn't be 1/2 hour after sunset. It should be an hour before sunset or something like that, to allow the non-target wildlife time to get back under cover, and also to allow time, if inadvertently they chased a mother with dependent babies, for the mother to get back, connect with her children, feed them, do whatever is happening. It should not allow chasing a half hour after sunset. Okay, when you are having chasing happening on public land, the chasers should have the consent of the public land managers. The public land managers may have areas of high recreational use or areas set aside for management of wildlife of special concern that they don't want being disturbed by a bunch of people with dogs chasing lions. So they should be required to get the consent of the public land manager. Like if they were chasing across private land, they would need to get that. And okay, so if any units have the objectives of killing predators to maximize prey population, pursuit hunting should not be allowed so as to protect the prey populations from disturbance. For examples, areas 29, 26, 17, and 14 that you're planning to increase the harvest limit by 50% so as to maximize mule deer. Having those mule deer disturbed by a bunch of hound hunters with and I mean, why would you want to disturb those mule deer that you're trying to recover? So if you're trying to recover and protect a prey population, you shouldn't allow hound chasing for dog training. Okay, the rule should prohibit people who don't train hounds from being part of the pursuit. This should not be public entertainment when you bring all your friends and their OHVs along and their snowmobiles along to chase after the lions, so they can watch it. You know, this should be limited only to people who have a legitimate interest in training dogs to hunt lions. You know, like other hound hunters, you know, dog trainers. It should not be your grandmother, your granddaughter, and you know, all your friends chasing the lion. Okay. And you should consider, I mean, I don't know if OHVs and snowmobiles are used by the managers to follow after the hounds. If they are, you should be considering some rules about that and how many snowmobiles can chase after one lion. Okay, so I'm going, there are, just real briefly on units 29, 26, 17, and 14. There are actually 2 units there where you did not reach your harvest limit. 14, you got 18 out of 20, and 29, you got 3 out of 9. So, you know, we're not sure how increasing the harvest limit is going to increase the take when you're not meeting the harvest limit anyways. Okay, so I am going to, I know I timed this and I was taking 11 to 12 minutes, so I'm probably taking a lot of your time. So I'm going to briefly comment on, which I repeatedly do, on we object to the sink status of the Black Hills of Wyoming, where South Dakota is supplying the lions to Wyoming to shoot. In number 1, you had 11 of 24. This is looking at your harvest limit versus your actual killing. And 32, you had 16 of 25, and 30, you had 1 of 12. In 25, which is the down by Lusk, where you share it with the Pine Ridge ecosystem with Wyoming and South Dakota, you had 0 of 25. And in 24, where you have unlimited year-round harvest, allegedly for some reason you closed it on June 1st at 13 lions. But we object to the unlimited year-round harvest in 24. We think there are some areas over there that have better habitat than others. We think that should be broken up into smaller groups, and we object to the unlimited year-round harvest. And so that, what we've done that before, and we did that the last time you adopted these rules. So there it is. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you for
I'm ending. Okay.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions for Nancy from the commission? All right, thank you, Nancy.
Yep, thank you.
Next up, we have Luke Worthington. Luke's been here all day. Thanks for your patience, Luke.
I have a water well overflowing. I'm positive of it. But President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, and the commission, my name is Luke Worthington with the Wyoming Houndsman Association, and I'm here today to show my support with this lion pursuit season. We were directed in January at the commission meeting to take this to legislation, and it was a lot of work to get through, but we got it done. It was pretty stressful at times, but we were able to get it on the governor's desk and get it signed. We support Game and Fish's proposal on the pursuit season, and we hope you guys do too, so we can get this in regulation for our houndsmen, because this is a huge opportunity. to be able to pursue lions and train dogs in our backyards. I really appreciate your time in this and hopefully we can get it done.
I have a question for you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
So, and I heard Dan mention it and I haven't found it yet, but I'm trying to listen and look at the same time. When you're out doing chase.
Yeah.
And you're after the quota's filled as our regulation is proposed and you're within the September, March timeframe.
Yeah.
You can find a female with kits. And didn't you say that would be illegal to pursue those lions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And-
It's even, if you read the regulation, it's actually illegal to run a tom with a female because it's multiple tracks, correct? Because it doesn't say female with kittens, it just says multiple tracks.
Tracks.
So like when we see that, you know, I don't know a houndsman that's gonna turn out on a female with baby kitties. You know, it's just,
Yeah,
it's not right.
Right, yeah.
None of
Okay.
us do that, but
I just needed clarification. Any other
The
questions?
same protections as far as females with dependent young occurred with the pursuit as they do with hunting. So you can't chase females with young.
Yeah, okay. I thought so, but that's not what I heard in the previous
No,
testimony. So
and again, you can't chase them in the summer unless
Yeah.
it's an unlimited year
It's-
round, which you
it's-
can now anyway.
yeah, good clarification. Any other questions for Luke? Thank you, Luke.
thank you.
Next up is Penny Maldonado.
Hi, President Proco,
Bend that right
Come
down
down.
so you can use it. So you don't have to tip the.
Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. It really is a great pleasure to be back. I just want to start by saying that you probably already know by now that I always concentrate on what I can advocate for. And this is no different. So in that spirit, I'll get on with the comments. It's with great respect that I offer the comments of the Cougar Fund regarding changes to Chapter 42, Mountain Lion Hunting. We share your deep concern for the devastating impact of the winter of 22-23 that it had on the mule deer herd in the Wyoming range. It does seem as if these stochastic events are becoming more frequent and unpredictable, and it must be acknowledged that many steps are being taken to support the iconic mule deer across Wyoming. These efforts include migratory route security, revegetation of native species, wildlife crossings, and disease monitoring. They are collaborative, cohesive, and costly, but they do much to ameliorate the heavy impact of encroachment through rapid development, fragmentation caused by traffic, loss of winter range, and the changing weather patterns that we're experiencing. Elk, being over objective, outcompete the deer on summer range. These efforts take time and there are no guarantees. And I know myself that it's wonderful to be part of the collaboration. So what will killing mountain lions actually do to help mule deer? Scientists have now spent decades trying to figure out what is happening to mule deer and how to reverse losses, since the initial decline was suspected in the 1990s. The overarching body of evidence for herds points to habitat. In fact, the seminal peer-reviewed publication, and the reason this one keeps getting mentioned is because it was actually by an agency and not by a bunch of academics, by Idaho Fish and Game biologist Mark Hurley, said in conclusion, benefits of predator coyote mountain lion removal appear to be marginal and short-term, and likely will not appreciably change long-term dynamics of mule deer populations in the Intermountain West. In citing this study, I come to the two most important aspects of my comments to you. A, we can't support further increases in hunt areas 26, 29, 14, and 17. But the next is that the department prides itself on conducting the very best research for mule deer and other ungulate studies. There's also a dedicated large carnivore section of biologists who strive to monitor and report based on data retrieval, as you saw from the presentation. There is a mountain lion management plan, a 3-year cycle of analysis prior to season setting to ensure the integrity of the process for a species as cryptic as the mountain lion. The stability of that population depends on the scientific process, and the stability of the lion population in turn has a direct effect on the prey animals. Dominant, experienced lions are more likely to select elk. Removal of these hierarchical animals also draws in adolescents more likely to select for deer. A great example of this is seen in Hunt Area 15, pretty close to where we are now. More lions have been killed in this year-round unlimited area, and the deer are still not doing much better than anywhere else in the state. Even areas that don't actually have many lions still have struggling deer populations. When the commission instructed the biologists to put extra pressure on lions in response to impassioned pleas at the April meeting, it was only 1 year in to the 3-year data-driven cycle. This is extremely important if WGFD is going to retain its reputation as a science-driven agency for all species. Interrupting a process that is based on data, especially above and beyond what is recommended, is risky for lion population stability. So what I would ask you to consider is, what is the plan for returning to the cycle? How will you reevaluate the decision you make? There are so many variables. What are the measurements of success? There's no indication about how many lions were also killed by the harsh winter. Kittens are born year-round. Lions are competitive with resources, with intraspecies mortality being the leading cause of death. What if there's another winter just as bad as 22-23? Disease similar to the pronghorn catastrophe could happen. There are so many unpredictable things that cannot be controlled. Yet killing lions gives us the feeling we are in control. There's a very unsettling slide away from the ecological reality that all wild animals contribute to the environment. None of them are pests and vermin. Wildlife and habitat is something that we're all part of. So we need to decide now that any changes you make have an end date and an exit plan. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Penny. Does anybody have any specific questions for Penny? Anyone else online? That completes. Okay, no more public comment. So Commission, I guess we're ready to work the department's recommendation. And if I had to share a thought with you, is I haven't seen anything that convinces me an increase in quotas will do much biologically. Does anyone feel different than that? Anyone have any comments on that?
Mr. President, I would just say that I think when we talked about this and we asked the department to come back with something that, that I don't think that, and Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, and please do, I have no problem with that. They wouldn't bring us something back that would and very clear up there that this is a short term. This is something that's in the short term, a short-term solution that isn't intended to last a long time. And that the stability, I don't think that Dan would have brought us anything that had a long-term impact on the stability of the mountain lions in Wyoming. And I hope I'm right on that. I know I'm pretty sure I am. And I certainly would never expect that. And so, while it might not, I don't think that this is
No.
going to impact our mountain lion population
No, I
either.
don't think you would either. Dan, you did make comment since 2007. We don't have 3 consecutive years of the same management. Would you clarify that, expand on that a little bit?
Mr. President, it was more just to demonstrate that we have a 3-year cycle, which is when we set seasons for mountain lions. But things have always occurred within those 3-year cycles that have required change through it. So what my point was, it's adaptable. We're not set in stone. We could, if I don't want to, but I mean, if we needed to, something could be changed in a year. The way this is proposed now is not unprecedented levels of harvest limits. These were the similar numbers in the early 2000s. Again, if we could let this run for the current cycle, which would be 2 more seasons, at which point we would come back with the data as we usually do. What I was trying to say is this was different.
Yeah.
Usually we meet with the field personnel. This is driven from the bottom up. This was a much different scenario this time. So we don't have that data-driven approach we usually do. And that the public input and our field buy-in, it was different this year. But yes, it's a temporary fashion is what we're proposing. And again, it's to allow for extra opportunity at a time when we feel it can be done. With, again, the caveat that killing more lions isn't going to bring back mule deer. But this based on the suppressed prairie population we have, this is one time we feel, and we heard from the public that to do something, and this is one time we can increase those limits.
Would it be cumbersome if we just did this for 1 year and didn't do it for 2? Or could we reevaluate it to see if it's necessary again on year 2?
That would be up to you, Mr. President. Yeah, but
Okay. What other thoughts does the commission have?
Mr. President.
Commissioner Masterson.
Just for what it's worth, I don't think that the department has come up with anything extreme. I think, and I don't think that they're telling us that this will turn the tide on mule deer population. What I'm hearing and what I've read is that this is an incremental thing that may help. And given the status of things post the winter, if there's something we can do to help that will not endanger the long-term success, viability, sustainability of our mountain lions, I think we should do it. And as you have pointed out, if there turns out to be a dramatic turn of events, I'm certain the department will let us know, and we can act quickly. So that's where I'm coming from.
Any other comments? What's pleasure of the commission?
Mr. President, I would make a motion to approve the Chapter 42 mountain lion hunting seasons as presented.
Second. Been moved and second. Any discussion on that motion? You all right, Tony, with who moved and who seconded? Give it to Commissioner Jolovich. Yeah, who's that guy? Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. I know John Kennedy is just chewing nails over there because I'm so past adjournment, but we need to go back and address chapter 2 for legal reasons. And so,
I've got you covered. So here's.
Director, help me out.
Here's what I recommend. So this is really just a Robert's Rules issue. It's not a legal issue. But to make it very clear for the department, since there was a motion and it was defeated, but then the commission also said, we want you to come back with additional information. What would be really helpful for us is if we had a motion and a second and a vote to simply table chapter 2 till the November meeting, that will help us out.
So noted.
Mr. President, I should know that too, so I apologize. Mr. President, I'll make a motion that we table chapter 2 recommendations until the November meeting.
There's a motion. Is there a second? I see John Masterson touching his nose. That must mean sign language. He has the second. Thank you. On a motion to table, there's no discussion. Is that right? Just a vote? All of those in favor of the motion to table chapter 2, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Moving forward, flip the page. 17, chapter 28. Chief Smith, present, please.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, thank you. Before you is a proposal on chapter 28, some changes again that were in response to some legislative changes this past session, and then some changes based on public comment as well. So House Bill 188 established a wolf depredation compensation for producers that are in the trophy game or the predatory zone for wolves in the state of Wyoming. That rule is through the Department of Ag. That allows for compensation to folks that are eligible for that in that area. So the first change that you'll see is just kind of, we just wanted to make sure that there wasn't an opportunity for any kind of confusion that might allow for payment from both agencies for the same event, basically. The Department of Ag in their rules, I believe, did the same thing to make sure that if the commission was paying for that particular thing, that the Department of Ag wasn't responsible for it and vice versa. So the first change that you'll see is in section 3C. I've got another typo there that indicates A, but it should be section 3C. That any claimant who has sustained gray wolf damage located in the areas described in 901 G&H may be eligible for an award. So that change is simply to take into account the dual payment procedures available and make sure that we're not double dipping on that. And that's not really there's a lot going on when people are out there on the ground and evaluating and helping each other out, different agencies. We just want to make sure we have clarity there. The next change in response to House Bill 188 is in section 7 for reasons for denial of a verified claim. And again, this is specific to the gray wolf depredation compensation program, and specifically that if you're utilizing that compensation program through the Department of Ag, and there's an attempt made to do that through the department, that we do have the ability to deny that claim. And then in subsection Roman 8 there at the bottom of this slide, just some changes in the verbiage there to make it a little bit more clear and pretty straightforward, I think. If there are questions on this slide, I'd be happy to answer them before we move forward. The original proposed change that we took out in chapter 28 was in section 8 under arbitration. And so this is an attempt by the department and asking the commission to consider adding independent hearing administrators in addition to the Office of Administrative Hearing being available to the department when we do have an arbitration claim or a call for arbitration by a claimant, that we have the potential or the ability to either consider the Department of Home or the Department of Administrative Hearings or an independent administrator. That's the bottom line for this change. It doesn't require that we have to go strictly with an independent hearing administrator, but it does provide the opportunity if one might be available, and there might be reasons to do that. Again, we took public comment at public meetings from June 14th through August 4th. Originally, on the independent hearing administrator, we had 3 total comments provided. During that comment period, we had 1 comment that was opposed to allowing the use potentially of an independent hearing officer. And then we had 3 comments that were in favor of modifying the yearling multiplier for damage caused to livestock in those areas that are in occupied grizzly bear habitat. And so because of that, those comments specific to the yearling multiplier, we have done in the past in 2022 some work there to determine through the Upper Green on a depredation monitoring there with Clint Atkinson in the large carnivore section and some other employees there, determine what a reasonable multiplier might be for yearling cattle in those instances where the producer is unable to locate those animals. What might be a reasonable multiplier to use when we're paying for those damages. So the current commission multiplier in these situations is 1.25. That's been in effect for this current calendar year of 2023. So I don't really have a great way to tell you what kind of impacts that has had currently. Prior to January 1st of 2023, the multiplier was a little bit different than that. So the research indicates that losses ranged anywhere from 1.3 basically to 2.7, and that an average was about 1.8 for a multiplier. So just to make it simple and within the range of our research, we went with a 2-to-1 multiplier as a result of that comment that we received, those comments we received when the reg was open. So the next change that we've proposed is in section 3. And again, you'll see there, I won't go through all the subsections. However, we'd be changing that from 1.25 to 2-to-1 as a multiplier for damage caused to yearlings in those areas occupied by grizzly bears. That's really it in a nutshell. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions? Commissioner Roberts?
Questions, and more of the general comment. And I was pretty much opposed to even moving this forward, and I recall voting against even moving this multiplier with the yearlings forward. But so I kind of went out and sang for myself with the Upper Green River a few weeks ago, and at this point, you know, and what they're dealing with in this multiplier on the yearlings, I'm very comfortable going to a 2 multiplier with, and I've seen the light.
Yep,
So
we're good.
I'm comfortable for, so I have no problem with it, and I would encourage the commission to vote for it also.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Any other comments? Any other questions for Dick? Craig?
I'm not hearing any.
No. Very good. What's the pleasure of the commissioner? Go ahead, Commissioner Masterson.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I button hooked our assistant AG to ask him a question.
Okay.
I am all for these changes. I think they're great. And I think the idea of using an independent hearing examiner is great. 2 questions. The statute says arbitration, and we each select an arbitrator and they select a third. So how do I reconcile the rule with the statute? And that's the first one. The second one is we've referred to OAH or other independent hearing administrator. who picks the independent hearing administrator? Because I'll bet you're gonna have a dispute over who the independent hearing examiner is.
President Brokaw and Commissioner Masterson, might have to have somebody run my statute book up here to me to see exactly what the statute says. However, so as far as, I'll take a shot before I read that, reconciling the difference between the number of arbitrators as selected in rule versus, well, it is in statute, who has to select who. That isn't changing at all in the proposed rule. The only thing that is changing is who would administer the hearing, which it could either be the Office of Administrative Hearings or an independent administrator. We would still have the requirement to have both parties select an independent arbitrator, and then those two parties would select a third to make up the board. But this is really about the administration of the hearing. Does that answer the question?
No, because you still have to pick the administrator who's different from the arbitrators.
Correct.
So who picks?
So in the event that we were to go down that road and utilize this, if it's passed, and try to select an independent hearing officer, that would be the department's role, as I understand it, to find someone. We would basically have to get them under contract. And because we pay the OAH already to run these hearings, the department does, it would be the same basic setup from that. We would just have to select that person and enter into a contract with them.
What I see is you're gonna have a conflict, like we talked yesterday, about who the hearing administrator is gonna be. And I'm asking if is there something we should put in? Independent hearing administrator selected by the department. I mean, just something that points the way, so you don't end up having that fight too. Sorry, Mr. President, I'm not trying to throw a wrench in the works.
I don't see that as being anything but helpful. What do you think, Craig?
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, I think if it's a concern for the commission, we should put that in there. We can add language that it should be selected by the department, or whatever your pleasure is. I do think that, I guess for argument's sake, we're not really aware of a long list of people sitting out there waiting to do this kind of thing, and folks that might be qualified and have the knowledge to basically run a legal proceeding might be kind of few and far between. However, if it's commission's pleasure to add that part into the regulation, we could certainly do that.
To pose the question a different way, if it's not us, who would pick the independent officer?
The governor or his designee.
Which is the department.
Which is the department.
But again, I'm not trying to be oppose your thought. I think it just adds clarity. But I don't know who else it could be.
And that's all I'm going for. Because you can just see it coming, given the problem with the arbitrators. So I'm sorry to throw you that curveball. It just didn't strike me until just now.
Very good.
Any other comments?
No, Mr. President, I was just gonna ask if Commissioner Masterson would be okay with then making that motion with that amendment in there. That would be wonderful.
Wow. Can the minutes show I had a good thought. The director said that, and I was wonderful. I would move, Mr. President, approval of the Chapter 28 rules with an amendment to Section 8G. The proposed change right now reads it in the second line, administrative hearings or other independent hearing administrator. My motion includes adding the words to the end of that sentence. So it reads, or other independent hearing administrator as selected by the department.
You have motion to move chapter 28, department recommendations, and the additional language as stated by Commissioner Masterson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bell. Any other discussion? Any other questions?
Mr. President, I hate to interrupt a motion. I just need a bit of clarification from Mr. Masterson, if that's possible, real quick. Commissioner Masterson, at the beginning of that sentence, it does say upon referral from the department. Is that meet the needs that you're considering?
I'm sorry, where are you looking, sir?
At the beginning of the sentence that has the change to include other independent hearing administrator, the beginning of that sentence should say upon referral from the department. The Office of Administrating Hearings or other independent hearing administrator shall have the authority.
I'm not looking at the.
A couple sentences past your language.
I'm not.
Says it in two different places.
Oh, I see. I need to amend my motion, Mr. President.
Please do so.
A little bit differently from what you suggested, but it'll get us there. In that same subsection G, sentence reads, upon referral from the department, the Office of Administrative Hearings or other independent hearing administrator. I would move to change that to read, upon referral from the department, the Office of Administrative Hearings or the hearing administrator or the independent hearing administrator, excuse me. It's a kind of a, just trying to be consistent.
That's a good suggestion. Commissioner Bell, you had the second. Are you okay with that clarification on your second?
I'm okay with that clarification, Mr. President. Craig, got any other things to add to that after that? Are you okay with it?
President Brokaw, Commissioner Bell, my estimation, that doesn't change the intent of this, and I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion? Tony, you've got it captured. All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve chapter 28 as we described, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. I have one last comment sheet. Call to the public for Nick Dorbick. Is Nick still here? Nick quit us. Is there any other public that would like to comment? Anybody online? That was him. I thought he was in-house. Okay. Put him on. Nick, you're on. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. We got about 2 minutes left, so it's all up to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you guys are going pretty long here, so I'll keep it brief. But President, Director, Commissioners, my name is Nick Dobrich. I'm from DuBois. I'm now working with the Wilderness Society, and I just wanted to take this opportunity. I haven't been in front of some of you guys for a while, and sorry I missed you all at your DuBois retreat, but I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm trying to get the video working. I saw some other people that was not possible. Is it not possible to put the video on, I assume?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So As you know, we are really blessed here in Wyoming to have incredible wildlife. And the big reason for this is with many of our big games, hers is a direct result of our intact migration corridors. As you probably heard numerous times, migration supports abundance, and that abundance is what supports our incredible hunting opportunities in our state. I'm personally looking forward to taking advantage of those hunting opportunities here in a couple of days to go chase elk with my bow. And it's definitely my favorite time of the year. As you probably know, Governor Gordon signed the migration executive order in early 2020. And that executive order was built on conservation measures for corridors that are designated. And as you know, likely know, we've seen a ton of great work in Wyoming led by the Game and Fish. It includes wildlife roadway crossings, private funding for private landowners, incentives, just a lot of great work. But what we haven't seen since 2020 is any new corridors identified or designated. We've recently seen, I'm bringing this to your attention, and I know I sent you all some emails as well. We recently seen the problems that arise when development is proposed in an undesignated corridor, with that example being the state oil and gas lease being offered in the path of the Pronghorn over by New Fork, south of Pinedale. Back in 2018, we saw a very similar controversy with the BLM offering leases in the Red Desert Hoback around Big Sandy in the Red Desert. And that issue resulted and was part of the main catalyst for developing the executive order. So I just want to take a minute and just encourage the Game and Fish to move forward with formally recognizing the path of the pronghorn, the Wyoming range mule deer, and some of our other great corridors. Success of the executive order and ensuring our migrations persist is dependent on recognizing and conserving these corridors. So it's just disappointing to see some of, to see this incredibly hard-earned data. I'm sure you all know how hard this data is to obtain with the collaring process and all that of, transporting with helicopters. So all that data not being fully utilized by managers and decision makers at the local, state, and federal level for projects that are happening on the ground and had happened on the ground. So that's all I wanted to say. I just want to thank you all for your service to our great state and our wildlife, and good luck this fall on your adventures. And I'll stay for any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions for Nick? All right, very good. Any other business to come before this commission? I just have one item, and that's everybody, as you're going home, leaving the room, drive safe. Everybody circle by Tony Bell, wish her happy birthday tomorrow. I'm ready for a motion.
I would, before I do a motion, I would note for the record that when we first started here with your meeting, President Brokoff, we had a whole bunch of people. Now we have very, very few. I don't know if that's a reflection on how you run your meetings.
It is a
But
complete
at that,
reflection.
I will go ahead and move for us to adjourn this meeting.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. All those in favor, say aye. Meeting adjourned.